Good morning, esteemed dignitaries. Good morning, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, respected faculty members, dear students, and honored guests. On behalf of the Department of Computer Science, Christ College, Irnalakuda, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this international seminar on the topic Securing the Future, Academic and Industrial Approaches to Cyber Threats. Today, we unite the academic and industrial perspectives to address one of the most critical challenges of our times, ensuring security in the digital domain. This gathering brings together thought leaders, innovators, and leaders in the shared mission of creating a safer cyber world. Before we commence, let us pause to invoke the blessings of the Almighty. I request everyone to stand for the same.
കാരുണ്യത്തെ വിളക്കായുള്ള ജ്യോതിസേ നേരായ മാർഗമേ കാട്ടണമേ ഇത്തിരി മുൻപോട്ടു പോകുവാനായെൻ്റെ ഉൾത്തിരിയൊന്നു കൊളുത്തേണമേ സത്തായും ചിത്തായും സർവസ്വാത്മാവായും സത്യത്തിൻ തത്വമേ നീരസിപ്പൂ കാണായവർക്കെല്ലാം കണ്ണിൻ പൊരുളായി കാണപ്പെടാതെ ഇരിക്കുവോനേ ഞാനൊരു മൺതരി മാത്രമാണെങ്കിലും നൂനമാം വീടുത്തേൻ സൃഷ്ടിയല്ലോ കൈവിടാതെന്നെ നീ കാരുണ്യക്കാതലേ കൈവല്യദാതാവേ കൈത്തൊഴുന്നേ കൈത്തൊഴുന്നേ കൈത്തൊഴുന്നേ
Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, my faculty members and participants, it's my privilege on behalf of Department of Computer Science to extend a warm and formal welcome to each one of you into this international seminar on cybersecurity. This event serves as a distinguished platform for global expert researchers and practitioners to engage in meaningful dialogue in one of the most critical priorities of this time, ensuring security and resilience in the digital realm. The subject of this seminar, cybersecurity, stands at the intersection of technology, governance, and ethics. In an age where digital connectivity defines progress, the protection of critical systems and sensitive data and individual privacy is a paramount. At this outset, I take an great honor in extending my respectful welcome to, first of all, let me welcome Ms. Srilakshmi Pallil, the lead cybersecurity assurance and vulnerability management specialist, Abu Dhabi. Our honorable chief guest, whose vision and leadership in the field of technology and governance, especially in cybersecurity leadership, with 11 plus years of progressive experience in offensive security, vulnerability management, assurance of program governance, specialized in penetration testing, secure DevOps and architecture reviews and its deployment, skilled in cross-functional team leadership, stakeholder engagement and aligning security initiatives, and adept at delivering scalable DevOps solutions, security automation, and developer training for secure SDLC adaptation. I heartful welcome Ms. Srilakshmi Palliyil, a distinguished authority in cybersecurity and policy framework. Welcome. Next, I welcome Dr. Father Jolie Andrews, our respected principal, whose unwavering support and guidance have been instrumental in making this seminar possible. Welcome, Father. Next, I welcome Dr. Xavier Joseph, our Vice Principal, who's consistently guide and strengthen academic and administrative framework of our institution. Welcome, sir. Next, I welcome our coordinator of self-financing, Dr. T. Vivekanandan, whose organizational skills and dedication has contributed greatly to this event and making it success. Welcome, sir. Next, I welcome our HR coordinator, Ms. Shiba Verghese, who has been very supportive to this event. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Next, I welcome Joy sir, who has been very supportive and every time visit whatever programs have been conducted by us. Welcome, sir. Next, I welcome our all delegates and participants who joining from various institutions and our institutions. Welcome all. And once again, I extend a cordial and formal welcome to all. I trust this seminar will foster new perspectives and strengthen professional networks and contribute meaningfully to the advancement of cybersecurity worldwide. Thank you all and welcome all.
Inaugural address. Please, Father.
Ms. Srilakshmi Palliyil, Lead Cyber Security Assistant from Abu Dhabi, UAE. Dr. Xavier Joseph, the Vice Principal of the college. Dr. T. Vivekanandan, Coordinator of Self-Financing Program. Priyanka Miss, the HOD of our coordinator, respected Shriba Miss, Jojusa, our beloved faculty members, non-teaching staff, and my dear friends. Today we are having a international seminar on securing the future, academic and industrial approaches to cyber threats. So, we are living in a age of digitalization, we are living in an age of AI, and we are also living in an age of cyber crimes, cyber threats, and cyber frauds. Dear friends, we know there may be chances of getting yourself tricked by smarter evil people if you are not so careful about what is happening in the cyber world. um, I have heard that sometimes when some WhatsApp message comes to you in your phone, if you open it, sometimes your phone get hacked. Some messages have sometimes happen like that. Or if sometimes some mail comes and you open that mail and your phone get hacked, there may be possibilities like that. So just as we know, we are having an antivirus system of defending our systems, there is also smart people are working on viruses, which are also programs, different types of programs which in worms or malwares or what all words which can say, which is creating havoc and problems in the cyber world. So as computer science students, we have to see and we have to learn about all these factors which will be interesting at the same time knowledgeable and helpful for you in your future journey. So I place my wholehearted appreciation to Priyanka Miss, the HOD of the department, the convener Varsha Miss, the convener of today's program, and Vijay Vishwanath, the co-convener of today's program for organizing this program. We know in the India Today ranking, we are the second best college in BCA in the state of Kerala, 60, 67th. And just because of the traction of computer science, we have got programs that are coming, which are trying to have a tie-up with the computer science department. Already we have got physics department, physics and computer science double major. Then we have got uh, uh, economics and computer science double major. And again, we have got mathematics and computer science double major program itself rather than the pathway. And last year and recently, we have got the commerce and computer science double major also pathway has been initiated. Uh, that's a new opportunity, and who knows which department would be trying to shake their hands with again computer science, because the world is moving forward. But you see, computer science students, as the reading says, there may be problems with your placements if you not get yourself skilled in AI, in AI tools, AI, I would say skills and tricks which you should know and we should be able to prove yourself in an interview. That would be helping you out come forward to get a higher placement. So as computer science students, I will also ask you to come forward and see the different nuances of AI that could be also, I would say, added in the right mixture to this international seminar. That would be helping you to see what is really happening in the next world, next digital era, or the next transformation of humanity, I would say. So happy that Sri Lakshmi Pallail is here. Thank you for Madam your presence, and as a president of this meeting, I would say I would request you formally to inaugurate this international seminar. You would be the best person who would be rightful to inaugurate this program. Wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, I'm so bad in speech other than technical things. So I was confused and I was shocked when father announced something like this. And I'm so happy to be here. And I would like to announce that this occasion has been inaugurated. I'm so bad in continuing. Thank you.
Now I invite Xavier Sir, Vice Principal, for the felicitation address.
Respected Principal, Father Dr. Jolie Andrews, Ms. Sri Lakshmi Palil, resource person for today's seminar, Vivek Sir, Priyanka Miss, and all other faculty members, and my dear students. Actually, I already told Varsham is that I will come here just to attend the program and I won't speak. But finally, somehow, eventually I end up on the stage, so I have to say something. Okay, so first of all, congratulations to the Computer Science Department for organizing a talk on such a relevant topic like cyber security. You know that the next decade, can say the next decade will be a decade of AI, ML, and quantum computing. Okay, so you are all familiar with the AI and ML, the artificial intelligence and machine learning. But I hope that some of you must be aware of the possibilities of the quantum computing, isn't it? So if we combine this, then the changes in the technologies will be beyond imagination. Because the quantum computing is so powerful that it can outpass any available computing system that is now today that is available. So regarding this, I'm telling you because regarding this cyber security, so you know hacking is there and many issues are there. So that are all done by these computers that are available now. So if they can also use the possibility of the quantum computing. So quantum computing means if you want to perform 1,000 operations on an ordinary computer, so that will take quite a long time, isn't it? So if you're using a quantum computer, that will be done within fraction of seconds. So if you want to crack something, or if you have, suppose there are millions of possibilities are there. Okay, so all these can be done at the same time by a quantum computing, and outcome will be there. So that is the power of the quantum computing. So if these are combined together, so what about the security, the cyber security for the next decade? So you can imagine that. So the banks are using the encrypted data, the cryptography is there. So easily you can say how easily it can be hacked or it can be destroyed by using these powerful systems. So for the next decade or within a few years, so this also has to be modified in a drastic way. So these capabilities should be used by, so there is a very best example is the banks. Okay, so everything is there, and these bank, every system is there on your mobile phone, isn't it? So everything is there. So somewhere I heard that in the end, so I read somewhere, I don't remember exactly, you will be known by a number. So that is exactly what is happening today, isn't it? You will be known by a number. Your mobile phone number is there, your Aadhaar number is there. So once it is available to someone, so you can imagine what all things can be manipulated. Okay, so this all has to be stopped, or you should all be aware of these things. So the problems are there. So the supercomputing powers, everything has to be used for, or a new system of this cyber security should be available for the next generation. So this is definitely a very, very interesting topic which you all should be aware of. So I once again congratulate the department for arranging such a very, very relevant topic, and wish you all the best, and wish you all have a very good time, a good session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. T.V. Vivekanandan, sir, Coordinator, Self-Financing Section, to felicitate this event.
Good morning, all. Good morning. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ അച്ഛ, ഇന്നത്തെ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺ ശ്രീ ലക്ഷ്മി മാം, വൈസ് പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ സേവ്യർ സർ, ശിവ മിസ്, പ്രിയങ്ക, ഹെഡ് ഓഫ് ദ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ്, ആൻഡ് ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വിശ്വനാഥൻ മിസ്സും, വർഷ മിസ്, സഹ അധ്യാപകരെ, വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, വളരെ സേവ്യർ സാർ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി വളരെ ആപ്റ്റായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കിലാണ് ഇന്ന് സെമിനാർ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. കോണ്ടംപററി ഇഷ്യൂസിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഇഷ്യൂ ആണ് ഈ സൈബർ ത്രെട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സംഭവങ്ങൾ. കോമൺ മാൻ തുടങ്ങി വളരെ സൊഫിസ്റ്റിക്കേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള, ഹൈലി സെക്യൂർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മിലിറ്ററി സർവീസസ്, ബാങ്കിങ് സെക്ടറുകൾ, ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ ത്രെട്ടിലാണ്. ഓക്കെ, നമ്മൾ പലരും അറിയുന്നില്ല, പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ത്രെട്ടുകൾ അവിടെ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്, അതിനെ ഓവർകം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ഇതിനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി ത്രെട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഒരു പോക്ക് സാധാരണ ആൾക്കാരിനേക്കാളും വളരെ കൂടുതലായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻ്റലിജൻറ്റ് നോളജ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ക്യാപ്പബിലിറ്റി ഉള്ളവരായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ സൈബർ ത്രെട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്. നമ്മൾ രക്ഷപ്പെടുന്നു വെച്ചാൽ വി ഹാവ് ടു ബി അപ്ഡേറ്റ്, യു ഷുഡ് ഹാവ് എ തെറർ നോളജ് എന്നിട്ട്. അത് ഇന്ന് ഈ ടോപ്പിക്കിൽ ഒരു സെമിനാർ ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്തതിൽ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെ എല്ലാ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനോടും, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഓർഗനൈസേഴ്സായിട്ട് വിജി മിസ്സിനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വർഷ മിസ്സിനോടും അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമിലെ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സണായിട്ട് എത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ശ്രീലക്ഷ്മി മാം, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വിനോദ് സാറും ഈ മേഖലയിൽ വളരെ പ്രഗത്ഭരാണ്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദേ വിൽ ഗിവ് യു എ ഗ്രേറ്റ് ideas about the cyber security and cyber threats, and so that you can be updated. And I hope this program is going to be a great session, or wonderful, fruitful session to you all. Wish you all the very best. Have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed further, we have a special moment to share with you all. Cephirus, the annual technical fest of the Department of Computer Science, has been a platform for innovation collaboration, and showcasing young talent in the world of technology. Each year, it brings together brilliant minds, challenging competitions, and inspiring discussions. This year, Zephyrus 7.0 promises to be bigger, better, and even more vibrant. And today, we take the first official step towards that celebration, the launch of its official poster. To do the honors, we are privileged to invite Father Dr. Jolie Andrew CMI, Principal, Christ College, Irnalakura, to unveil the poster of Zephyrus 7.0. I request everyone to join us in applauding as the poster is revealed. Thank you, Father, for unveiling the poster and marking the beginning of our journey towards Zephyrus 7.0. We look forward to welcoming all of you to the fest and making it a grand success. We have one more special moment. We received the second best BCA college in Kerala by India Today ranking. Let me invite our dearest HOD Priyanka ma'am to hand over the poster to our principal. Thank you, Father. Thank you all. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. To express our appreciation to all who made this inaugural session possible, I invite Ms. Varsha Ganesh to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Very good morning to one and all. It's my proud privilege on behalf of the organizing committee and the Department of Computer Science to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to making this international seminar on cybersecurity a resounding success. So, first, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dear respected principal, Reverend Father Jolie Andrew CMI, for the unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement in organizing this international seminar. As the saying goes, a principal's influence extends far beyond the walls of the office. It shapes the future of the institution. Thank you, Jolecha, for being with us. Now, Our sincere thanks to our distinguished keynote speakers, Ms. Sri Lakshmi Pallil and Dr. Vinod P., for accepting our invitation and for being here today to inspire us with your presence and perspectives. And we eagerly look forward to your insights. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our Vice Principal, Dr. Xavier Joseph, Dr. T. Vivekanandan, Sir, Coordinator of Self-Financing Section, Ms. Sheba Varghese, HR Coordinator, for their valuable support. Appreciation is a wonderful thing. It makes what is excellent in others belong to us as well. Your gestures have truly enriched the spirit of today's program. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our respected HOD, Ms. Priyanka, for her continued support, valuable guidance, and encouragement in organizing this international seminar. Your leadership within the department has been instrumental in bringing this event to life. Thank you, ma'am. I also would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all our dear faculty members for their active involvement and encouragement, and to our technical staff for their valuable dedication behind the scenes efforts in ensuring that every aspect of today's program runs smoothly. Thank you so much. Finally, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to all our dear participants for joining us today. Your presence and enthusiasm add immense value to this seminar, and we look forward to your active engagement in the session ahead. Thank you so much once again. With these words of gratitude, let us move forward to the sessions ahead, confident that today will be a day of learning, sharing, and inspiration for us all. Once again, thank you so much and have a good day.
my college days and nostalgia because I started my everything with the Inter College Fest, organizing, participating. So everyone should be like actively participating in it, not only for winning. It boosts your confidence or it boosts your um, perspectives or like it will help you to mingle with or make connections. Definitely you should participate in every aspect that you get. That's an opportunity that you will get whether you are in college. So that was my nostalgic thing that has been done now because my college masters was done in St. Joseph's College in Irinalakuda. So Irinalakuda is so familiar to me and so near to me, dear to me. When I saw Jojo sir, it was like when I was studying, he was there with us for some project of his doctorate and all. So this is a nice opportunity or like a very happy opportunity for me. So we will begin. Into the Red. Why I named it as like Into the Red is because I'm from Red Team or like I'm basically from offensive security. Have you heard about the word offensive security? Anyone? Offensive security? You heard, right? There is defensive security as well. You know what is offensive security means? Now I am going to name something that you may have all heard. Ethical hackers. Have you heard about ethical hackers? This is my job is that. I am an ethical hacker. But we used to say I'm an offensive security practitioner. Or like I'm into offensive security. I'm not only an ethical hacker, but I do so many other things which comes under offensive security. So Red Team is a kind of activity that comes under offensive security that will, it's not only hacking, but it will collectively need all kind of knowledge to be to perform. Okay, so that's why I named it as Into the Red. I do have so many limitations to show you so many things. The tools, I can't introduce you all the tools. I can't introduce to you all the steps that is how we perform. I can't introduce so many other things. Once you are in hand in a corporate world with so many other things under your MOU, NDA, so many other things only you will perform these things. So I have so many other limitations, so many limitations. Out of that, I have brought you something. I can help you or like you can use it while you are learning and you can explore the world of cybersecurity or learn much more. So this is my concern today. Okay. So my aim is the core understanding about what is offensive security and defensive security, the distinguish between both, and how a life cycle mastery, like how we do the pen testing, what are the steps we do, what are the phases we go through pen testing or red teaming or whatever it is, what is the exact steps we perform. That I would like to, and I will show you a little bit of kind of reconnaissance maybe. After that I will stop. How I am using Kali. Have you ever heard about Kali Linux? You're right. So how we use Kali Linux, which box you can use to learn how it connect, how you do reconnaissance. So I will try to show that and I will share my experiences in real world, how we have done some projects without claiming the customers or clients details. I will see how we have done it and performed. This is my aim today. I don't know how much I can accomplish. And about myself, whatever they have introduced, that's my CV. Okay, so myself, I'm Sri Lakshmi Palil. I am nearly 11 plus years of in cybersecurity. I have done my master's in cybersecurity from St. Joseph's College. And right now I'm in Abu Dhabi working in an organization which helps their government organizations to be secured. So my clients are almost Abu Dhabi government organizations. I never do projects for outside organizations. I will be always roaming around the different government organizations. And I was recognized as a top 30 woman in cybersecurity in 2021 by ASEAN region. And also I have completed almost maybe 8 to 9 certifications and I'm currently undergoing another certification, learning. So cybersecurity is not about getting a job, it's about continuous learning. Until my age, at the age of 37, to be honest, I'm still learning, I'm still writing exams, I'm continuously learning. So otherwise you will be filled out or like you will be stuck in a particular position and you will never get promoted. If you can't learn, You will get a job. I will never say you will never get a job, but you will end up in a same position for maybe 10 or 20 years. So that's why you need to upskill yourself. You can search me in LinkedIn, connect with me in LinkedIn for any career, any help, mentoring, or whatever it is. I'm really open for the community. So, what is offensive security? When you said you have never heard about offensive security, offensive word itself is something we are doing illegal, right? This is offensive. When we raise our voice, when we raise our hands, or like we usually use this word, this is offensive. This is offensive, you should not do this. But how it became offensive security? Why? Because if we are implementing some kind of cyber world or like cyber asset, anything can be a cyber asset. For example, the mic itself is a cyber asset if it is connected to a Wi-Fi. If it is connected to internet, that becomes a cyber asset. The AZ, nowadays AZs are controlled, right? So many other things. Whichever that connects to internet becomes a cyber, and if it becomes cyber, then security is required. If we connect something to internet, that means it's accessible by everyone or anyone. In fact, anyone can access, even our mobiles or whatever, even a Bluetooth mouse or Wi-Fi mouse, that is also a cyber thing. So how it becomes offensive means there people who is not authorized to do something and doing and really attack, that is offensive actually. But what we do is like before they doing it, we will try to do the same things or think in an attacker perspective, whether this can be done or whether this can be attacked or whether this can be hacked or something. Maybe even if it is not hacked, whether I can deny that availability of that particular thing, even that is an attack. For example, I can't attack your college website. Okay, I'm not able to attack or hack into your college website. Not only attacking or hacking a college website is an attack, but I can take it down entirely, that no one can access it. That is known as denial of service. Like if we are denying a service or availability of something, that is also a vulnerability or like a attack. So this can be also done. If the attacker thinks like, okay, I can't do anything, let me take it down or completely destroy it. So this is also an attack. So we people try to do the same thing that an attacker can do and will report to the particular person or will notify the particular person. You need to rectify these things before a real attack happens. This is what my job is. Okay? So authorized ethical hacking means we only perform with legal or explicit approval from that. If I say that only legal document means there is something called out of jail document, that I'll never be behind the bars. Whatever I do is part of this pen testing or red team activity. I will never be behind the bars. Okay, this documentation should be there before you perform any kind of hacking. Especially from my career right now, I'm working with, as I said, government entities. They never provide this, but rather they will say you should stop at this particular point. If you have access to a single point of data, you should stop your exploitation. You should not go further. We should notify the particular person that we have reached till this, and then only they will allow in a particular way whether we should proceed or not. So in every aspects, we have this. If they say, like someone will say, okay, you can do whatever you need, but before proceeding, you should ask, okay, give me an out of jail documentation. You should sign an NDA as well, non-disclosure. Whatever you see there, whatever you get there, it should not be taken outside or it should not be shared with anyone. Whatever the document or whatever the data is, you should not share with anyone. From the place where I am working, you are not even supposed to share where you are working, not even to your family. For some projects, for some clients, there are times they will pick me from a particular point and drop me on a particular point. They even won't allow me to take my car anywhere near that industry. They will just pick me in their car. They will drop me in a particular car. You are not supposed to share anything with any of the people you are supposed to. There are strict confidentiality. So these kind of offensive security almost always deals with these type of clients. Not in India, I believe. But definitely if you go outside and work with government entities, these things will happen. You are that much of, you should be silent about where you work, what you do, all this stuff. So real world simulation means, I already told, real world means we will be doing what exactly an attacker will do if he get access to a particular network. We are not doing like just scanning and finding the vulnerabilities. We will be doing exactly, or like we will be thinking exactly like an attacker when we approach an organization. Like if a real attacker get access to, what he will do. If a real attacker is getting access to that perimeter, what he will do. What maximum he can do. Till where we can do. These kind of activities are also there. Or works are there. Comprehensive approach is, as I said, penetration testing is different, red teaming is different. So red teaming is a comprehensive approach. You may need to use forensics, you may need to use pen testing, you may need to use source code review, you may need to use the website simulations, you may need to use social engineering. Probably you are not getting any entry point. Sometimes social engineering helps. For the social engineering means I will make believe the people, or like from the people I will try to get something, or from the reconnaissance around the perimeter I will get something to get as an entry point. So this can help. Everything will be used as part of red teaming. And legal boundaries is critical. That's why I already told. Before entering or starting a particular project or particular activity, you should be clear with your boundary. What is your scope? If it is internal and they say, okay, this is your perimeter, you should stick to that perimeter. Even a finger outside that perimeter, maybe debar can happen. They will just deport you from UAE. You will never be, or like, they can do anything. Even you, no one will know what happened to you also. So that kind of industries are there. So you should be very clear with your perimeter, till where you can go, till what you can simulate. So, as I said, red team versus pen test versus blue team. I already told these things. Red team is, the goal is to simulate the real threat actor. Like how I will act as a real attacker. I will be using anything, exploits, evasion tools. Evasion tools means if they have a proper antivirus, if they have a proper NDR or EDR, whatever it is, they have a firewall, they have a WAF, whatever it is, I can evade it. Okay, I can try to evade it. So I will be using those kind of evasion tools. I will be using exploits, I'll be using social engineering, I'll be using phishing techniques, whatever I can do, I will do it. But in pen tester, my only responsibility is I will just identify the vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities is something that is a loophole that is, can act as an entry point, or we can exploit it. I will just identify it and report it. Whoever is responsible can close it, can patch it, whatever it is. So blue team is, these all are like before the production, or like what if after the production, once that thing goes on production, is accessible, then also blue team will be 24/7, they will be monitoring that network. If something is happening, something suspicious is happening in the network. For example, if a request from same IP is coming more than 100 times to a particular IP, is that a normal one? No. For example, one IP is connecting to another IP. I believe you know what is IP and all, right? You know. So if one IP, if I am requesting a service to a particular, from a particular service provider, I can send one request, maybe after 2-3 seconds, maybe second request. Maximum how much? Maybe 5 requests per minute. But what if it is 800 or 1000? That's a sign of denial of service. They are trying to deny the service to everyone, continuously, automatically sending the request and blocking that request, or making that network congested. So that is like the blue team can identify this. If they find a suspicious activity, like, okay, this IP is hitting more than this time, they will block that IP, blacklist that IP. It won't again able to connect that particular IP. Blue team is, this is one example for denial of service. Likewise, They will continuously monitor for the vulnerabilities or the attacks that is happening. And if something is happening, they will proactively block it or take actions. This is what blue team do. In some areas, forensics come under part of blue team. Forensics is different. Forensics come into picture once an attack is happened. An attack has happened, even though after all these, all these secure measures are taken, everything has been done. Even after that, an attack has happened. Who will come in picture? Forensics team will come in picture. From where this happened, from which IP it has been connected, who, sometimes who. Usually it's, nowadays it's difficult to identify who, but at least they will get from which country. They will reverse proxy and all and do which country this attack happened, how it is happened, which all things, is there any data exfiltration happened, is there any data gone outside. So these things will be taken care by forensics team. And SIEM, EDR, firewalls, everything comes under blue team. They are the ones who will install it, implement it, regulate it, monitor it, everything is done by them. Now, if I come to, have you ever heard about pen testing? Have you ever read about pen testing or ethical hacking or anything? You have, right? So actually, when we go to pen testing, it's not directly going and exploiting things. No, it's not going directly and attacking it. It has several stages of actions. First thing you will do is reconnaissance. Reconnaissance means you need to get all the data that will help you to launch an attack about that particular asset. So for example, if I do have a website, what all the things we can recognize from that? Can be subdomains will be there for a particular website, which IP, where is it hosted, DNS queries, so many things we can, so many information we can get from the public internet itself. So even if it is a network, for a particular, it's an external IP or an internal IP, reconnaissance is a must. So because for launching a perfect attack, first thing is you need to know about that asset or property very well. Which technology is used in that web application? Or like an application, which technology is used to build that? Where is it hosted? What is the server of it? Is that server patched or a new version or an older version? How that request is coming? Which are the responses they are giving? Whatever the, nothing is there is nothing called no value information in cybersecurity. If you can get to know, okay, there is a web application like this, which is connected to this, that is also an information. We don't know from where we can launch the attack, from how we can launch the attack. What is going to help us, we don't know. So before launching, reconnaissance is an important thing. Target identification and entirely knowing about that target. Next thing is scanning and enumeration. Scanning and enumeration is something that, for example, I'll show you, if we have an IP, okay, if we have a server, think about that, we have a server. Okay, I have recognized and I got a server IP. Now what is next my thing? I will scan that server to know which all the ports are open in that particular server. And if there are so many ports, what kind of services are running in that particular ports? If the services are there, what kind of version of services are running on that ports? So this is scanning and vulnerability. For example, there is a particular port running with BSF TPD, like in Metasploitable, or any other, for example, SMB is there, 445 SMB is open, or you can see some other like Elasticsearch, in particular port you can see that, okay, Elasticsearch is open. Now next my concern is like whether these services have any vulnerabilities identified already, or is there any vulnerabilities I can exploit it. So this is scanning and vulnerability identification. Vulnerability identification means I need to identify the vulnerabilities associated with that particular, I'm talking about a server, okay, services, and if I can exploit it and enter into that server. So this is the second step. Third is exploitation. Exploitation means once you identify, okay, there is a vulnerability like this, I can exploit it. Exploit can be anything, a piece of a code, maybe a particular script, maybe a particular command. If I do something, if it is gives me access to that particular machine through a vulnerability, that's known as exploit. So next is I will exploit it. I exploit it and I got access to that machine. Once I got the access machine, post exploitation, my concerns are, for example, I have a machine of someone from here. I got access to her machine. What will be my next step? I will check whether I am a user or an administrator, right? First thing I will check what is my privilege in that particular machine. Next, I need to hide myself because she should not know that I am there in that machine. If I am so loud, so visible, then she will remove me in seconds. So I should be silent and I should hide myself. That is my another thought. Second thing, if I am a user, I need to escalate my privilege to administrator because I need the whole access of that particular machine. So I will try to escalate my privilege. And privilege escalation is another thing. In very important step, I need to maintain my access. For example, if I got access to her machine, once she switched off, that access is gone. So what happens? I need to wait till she opens it again. So I need to make sure, I need to make a connection like that. Whenever she opens or turns on her machine, I am connected. So maintaining the access. Talking in an attacker perspective, this is not important, like we will check for this, whether maintaining the access is there. Okay? Next is privilege escalation. Like as I said, if I'm only a user, I will definitely try to raise my privilege so that I can get the hold of that machine entirely. User has a limited privilege. If it is an administrator, I have the entire privilege of that machine. So I will definitely try to escalate my privilege. Next is pivoting and lateral movement. Pivoting and lateral movement means what I will do with her machine. After 2 days, I'm bored. What I will do with her machine? Everything I have extracted from her machine, all the data I have taken, everything in her machine I have taken. What after 2 days, what I will do? I'm bored. An attacker is bored. What I will do? So now he will try, whenever she is connected to a complete network, he will try, or she, whoever the attacker will try from there, whether I can get access to another machines in the same network. For example, she is connected to college Wi-Fi. So I can get the IPs or the list of machines that is connected to the same Wi-Fi. So my next movement will be lateral movement. And I'll be using her machine as my pivot. I'll be using her machine as a foothold. This is how attack will happen. Next is reporting. In the perspective of pen testing or red teaming, next is till this moment, for example, my ultimate aim whenever I get into an entity's network is to get the domain admin. There will be an active directory. I will, my concern or my only target is reach till domain admin. If that entity have an enterprise admin, yes, my like target is enterprise admin. If that entity have a forest admin, then my target is forest admin. But usually domain admin will be the one for the entities. Once I get the domain admin means I have the access to entire network of that entity. So my ultimate goal will be I need to be a domain admin. Either I need to get into a domain admin, otherwise I need to make myself as a domain admin. This will be my concern. Once it is done, what we will do, we will report entire each and every step we have performed with proof, with exact screenshots, with exact proofs. We will say that this is your attack scenario. We have done this, and we have reached till the like this with exact proof and your IP address details, your host machine details. Because what is that for? Why we are giving that proof? Parallelly, if some real attacker has attacked, it should not go under our name. So we should give the proper details how we have attacked that particular entity. Okay, this is the final step of a red team or pen test life cycle. Pen test will stop when we get the scanning and enumeration, okay? We will only do scanning is done, vulnerability is identified. We have some commands, small commands that we can get the POC. POC means a screenshot, proof of concept. We can generate a proof of concept of each vulnerability. Generating it, stop. Pentest is still there. After that, it won't go further. Now, tools of the trade. Kali Linux is our, what we say, one and only. I use. When I was learning, it was Backtrack. I don't know whether you people have heard. Backtrack was the one I have learned. After that, it gone to Kali Linux. Till now, I am using Kali Linux. Kali Linux is the major tool which, Kali Linux is a Linux version which comes with almost all, I won't say almost all, but it support implementing, installing and everything of almost all hacking tools. For network, for web application, for mobile, whatever it is, it supports. So Kali Linux is the major one. Nmap is something that is very popular and open source tool that can be used to, I said scanning the IPs, right, in the network. Scanning the IPs, ports, services, vulnerabilities, until context, Nmap will help. Netcat is something like just to know the network utility command tool, just to know whether that is there, what is the banner and all those stuff. So Burpsuit is another tool. It is there in Kali Linux also, but Burpsuit have a commercial version. Open source doesn't support scanning and all, but Burpsuit is a proxy that will help in web application pen testing. For example, in web application, when we are testing, we always need to know what the request is going, what response is coming. So to know this request and response, we need a proxy in between. Burpsuit acts as a proxy. Okay, so reconnaissance theory, I already told, passive and active reconnaissance, because when we are doing active reconnaissance, there are chances the network will get congested, it will be loud, it may make the network congested, or it may raise the alerts. If it have a blue team or a seam is there, it will raise the alerts. It will so many things can happen when it is an active reconnaissance. So always we should, if it is a proper attack perspective, or when we think in the proper attack perspective, it should be passive. It should be slow, it should be silent, no one should be notified. If there is any kind of EDRs or NDR, you should evade it slowly, not like rigorously, continuously sending the request and making them noticed. We do that. We do that sometimes. For example, sometimes we will be in a server. We are not getting any credentials or any important data. So what we will do, we will continuously send the request to that particular server. So it will be active and it will be noisy. Definitely the domain admin or the server admin will come and check what is happening inside the server. We need that. So this we will do to make him log in, so that we will get the credentials, or like we will get that session. So this also happens, okay? So this is another way. So active and passive, you should know when to use and when to hide it. So directly hitting that targets in a rigorous way is active, but information gathering without hitting the direct target, but we are getting whatever the information required, that is passive. And technical reconnaissance, I already said, port scanning, banner grabbing, service enumeration. For example, in each ports there will be particular services running. What service is running? What is the version of that service? What is the use of that service? Is that service available for the outside, or it's only accessible to the internal? Which port is connecting to the external internet or internal internet? So many things we can get it from the ports itself. So ports itself is helpful. For example, sometimes we can see in a server that, okay, HTTP 80 port is open or 443 is open. If 80 or 443 is open, definitely there is a website in that. There is something hosted in that. Web service is hosted in that. So we will try to access that. If that web server, sometimes it will be manage engine. Sometimes manage engine is a particular software that helps to manage the entire Active Directory. Okay. So manage engine is always vulnerable. If we get hit to manage engine, definitely we are directly domain admin in second hour in an entity. So this is there. So this is how we will know how to move forward or how to launch the our attack. So this is important for the technical reconnaissance. And information sources is DNS records and who is data. This is for public, okay? Public these things, and DNS, search engine, social media, and public records. When I said social media, I will share one of my experience. It was my initial days. We were doing a phishing campaign for a particular entity. Abu Dhabi itself, okay? So in that phishing campaign, they said like, we are not going to give you any information regarding how you are going to launch. You can launch it in any way, but we need to know what is the result. Phishing campaign is something that we will simulate a phishing attack to the employees of that particular entity, and we will check how many of the employees not aware about the phishing attack. They will click it, how many of them will enter their passwords or credentials, how we can access it, so many other things, okay? This is a phishing campaign. So that time we have a template, we have prepared the template checking their website, and we have created a proper login website like this. We have created our own and we have hosted it with a similar name. We have done everything, but we were confused with what should be the mail content, because the mail content should be so convincing, then only the people will click it, right? If I come and say that you will get 100 rupees voucher, will you click a link now? No. So it should be so convincing for someone to click on it. This is in the year 2013 I'm talking about. So at that time we were going through their LinkedIn profiles. We were searching like anything, their LinkedIn profiles. Or every employees, whoever is working in that entities, we were searching like anything in their this thing. Then we got someone, he was a local in there. He has posted a picture standing on, like he was standing on this whiteboard kind of a thing. He was just standing it, and he has posted a picture like something new is coming. This was the only post from his. But on the right side of his, that they have the new launch of a mobile application on 13th May. This was the date, on 13th May. That was our content. Our new mobile application is going to launch on 13th May. For the first access, you should register now. And people were like crazy, because their entity, it's for their own internal application, and they clicked like anything. So this was first time. So that's why social media is so important in information gathering. We don't know from where we will get it. Nowadays, Instagram helps a lot, because everyone puts stories, and these stories will be in archives and everywhere. Instagram helps like anything for us. Social engineering, Instagram is the main thing. To get the data, to get the details about a person, everything, Instagram is a major point now. So I'll show you one hands-on how I have set up something called Metasploitable. Metasploitable is a machine that is actually vulnerable. Okay, I won't show you how to exploit and all, but I will show you the initial information gathering, how this is getting connected, how we will check all those things. I will try to say, okay. Have you heard about VirtualBox? VirtualBox, you people are used to do it, right? VirtualBox. So in VirtualBox, I have already set up my Kali is there. And other than that, I have already set up a machine called Metasploitable. Metasploitable, you can download it from Rapid7. It's a vulnerable machine. If you want to learn or if you want to practice, Metasploitable is good. For web application, if you want to practice, DVWA is there. So many things is there, okay, to practice and learn and all. So I have already set up my Kali. this is what I told you, Kali Linux, right? So if you go to Kali Linux, if I will show you, all these are tools for reconnaissance. All these are tools used for reconnaissance. These are like for all for resource development and initial access, Metasploit, DNS, Remind, GoFish, initial access, DNS. So whatever the tools you use for each stage, it is there. But sometimes these tools won't help you. So you need to find your own things, your own way, and you need to set up it in the Kali, okay? That's why after 1 or 2 years, you will have your own Kali. You will have your own scripts, your everything of your own. So that's why if you ask like whenever you use like, are you interested to work in our machine, I will be like little bit sad, because if I'm bringing my own Kali, I have everything ready. It will be easy for me. Otherwise, I need to start from scratch. So persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, and credential access, discovery, lateral movement, whatever I said, the phases you can see, which were the tools, the normal used ones, it will be there. Otherwise, you need to research yourself, you need to tune yourself, the tools, and you need to set it up. Forensics, everything is there. This is the one I said, like burp suite, the proxy that is used for web application. It comes an open source, okay? It's not a commercial one, it's an normal one. So this is my Kali, and if you check, this is my IP. Okay, this is my host IP. 10.02.1.5. So this is my attacker IP. Now I am going to switch on. My Metasploitable. Metasploitable doesn't have a GUI and all. It is just a machine, Linux machine, that will act as a target machine for now. Okay. Okay. So now I'm logged into my Metasploitable. Okay, you can think like it as a target machine. We are going to check what is the IP of this. This can be done. For example, both of them are in same NAT network. I have created a NAT network, and both of the machines are in same network. If I scan it without the IP also, it will show me these IPs there in that same network. But right now, since I do have access, I am checking what is the IP. Okay, 10.02.1.4 is my IP. Okay, so I am again going to my Kali. Okay, so what was our IP ping? I'm just trying whether I do have a reachability to that, okay? I just tried a ping. Just try ping, just to check whether I do have a reachability to that particular server or not. So I do have a particular reachability. Okay. Now I told you there is a tool called Nmap, right? That will help you to scan the ports and all every stuff, right? So I'm just doing a simple Nmap, I will show you how is it coming. This is a symbol nmap, okay? I'm not using any other. Nmap have several like small commands more. For example, -c, -pn, -sc, sv, like that. So many other things are there. For example, pn means no ping. Why we are creating no ping is means, that's why I said active and passive. For example, if it is active, pinging is fine. Even pinging can create an alert. For example, someone is pinging us, right? So no ping means it won't ping. It won't ping like this thing. It will just, you know how TCP connection works? Three-way handshake. You know, three-way handshake, you know, right? Request, acknowledge the request, right? Response, all the stuff, right? So how nmap works is like, nmap have 3 modes. For example, full ping, and async. There are so many, okay? XMS, and there are different modes. All those are related to this TCP. For example, if it creates a full connection, that is a full scan. Right. Next is they will request, and the client will a request, right? Request hello, client hello, whatever it is. There is an acknowledgement for that hello, right? From there itself, nmap knows that server is up. Whether they need to connect it completely? No. What is the handshake for? It will complete the transaction of handshake. Only after that the transaction will start. But in nmap, we are not going to transact anything. So nmap just want to know whether that server is up or not. So it will just send a hello, gives the acknowledgement. From that itself, it knows, okay, that server is up. Will this work in the case of UDP? In the case of UDP port, will this work? Why? UDP doesn't acknowledge us. It doesn't respond back, right? Then how nmap will identify a particular UDP port is open? Every tool needs something on base, right? Every tool acts in, every tool is built on the top of our basics. So when I said in the TCP, the request is gone, the acknowledgement came, it came to know that particular port is open or server is up. But in the case of a UDP port, the UDP port, if it is a success, it won't reply. But if it is a error, it will reply. If that port is not there, it will reply. So nmap is like, if there is nothing coming back, it assumes that port is open. If something comes back, that assumes, okay, it is closed. This is how it works, okay? So I have done an nmap. You can see in that particular machine, this number of ports are open. Are you able to see from the back side? I don't know. I can't make it bigger. Are you people able to see now? So that particular machine have these many of ports open, and it already given me what are that ports and what are the services running on that particular ports, right? Now I need to know what exactly the service is running and what version of it is running on that, okay? So for that I will do this is service version, okay? I'm specifying -sv means I need to know the service version of that. This is very basic one because this is very basic one. From here you will be able to research of your own. How this I just want to give you an introduction how this is set up and how this is doing for only for learning purpose. Okay, these things are done in real world also, but in a high level. We will never get like these kind of open ports in real world. Kali Linux itself comes with another tool called Metasploit. Okay, Metasploit framework. What is Metasploit framework is like, it already have n number of non-exploits inbuilt. if there is some some vulnerability that is very old and very prominent, definitely Kali Linux Metasploit will have that exploit. So you just want to launch that exploit, you will get access. Okay, if it is not there, then also there will be some exploits, and you can search in exploit DB, all those stuff. There are so many other things. Some people may already identified and posted it in there. In Git also it will be there. If not only, then you will need to create an exploit. So almost every vulnerability releases, some people will post something. There is there. If nothing is there only, we need to revise ourselves the exploit. Then also the initial exploit we will get. We need to revise according to our requirement. That's it. So now I got, okay, what is on each port? What is the service? Which version it is? Got it? So now if I check, for example, since this is a vulnerable machine, all that services have vulnerabilities. Okay, so VSFTPD is a well-known exploit. Okay, it is already there, it is exploited widely. No one use now proper FTP. So VSFTPD already have a vulnerability. If I show you Metasploitable console, if it is I'm starting my Metasploitable framework. This is what I said. I will show you. In this, you can see it already have 2519 exploits. It have auxiliary. Auxiliary means it won't exploit you, but it will give you the information. Where, for example, if there is a vulnerability, and you need to just check whether that vulnerability is there or not, auxiliaries helps usually. Exploit is literally it exploits, okay, that vulnerability. But some exploits will crash the system. So you should be well aware of what exploit you are using, what kind of attack is happening. Is there any shell? Some exploits will plant a shell inside that server. So this is not approved by any of the entities. When we are working, the entities will never accept that thing. Even if you exploit, none of the shells should be there inside that particular server. It should be removed or replaced or cleared. So you should be exactly you should know what is that exploit exactly doing. Is it writing something on that files? Is it creating a shell? Is it placing something on some temporary path or something? You should exactly know, and you should clear it. Or else you should know, like if something runs, it can crash. Exactly. For the exploits like SMB and all, it can entirely crash the system. So you should exactly know what is exactly you are doing. So in this, if I am just searching see, I just searched VSFTPD. So it returned me with the exploit that is already there. You can see here, there are two exploits. One is excellent and one is normal. Which one definitely I will go with? Excellent. Excellent means that is the, what we say, confidence of how much it will success. Okay, that is excellent and normal. So, and you can see that is a backdoor command execution. Backdoor command execution means I can access that and execute my command on that server with this exploit. Okay, so if I am launching this, there are a proper way to use exploit and all this. Otherwise, there is an easy one. Okay, I'm using that exploit now. If I know that what are the options, then I can see set R host. Which one will be our R host here? Remote host, the target IP. That is, we are going to attack. Our target IP is right. I set it. You can see on 10.0.24.21, I have found a shell and I am a root. That's a Linux machine, I already told. So my privilege is a root. So this is direct exploiting. It's not that easy in real world. Don't underestimate things. So how I know that I am really in that machine? I'm typing here if config. This is executing in my machine where there is a backdot command, and the pass and you can see the IP is 10.0.2.4. This is one example of how we do, how we have initially recognized, how exploited. Once we have access, I am already a root. Now other things will happen. Okay. This is an example of it. When we come to web application, the entire attack structure itself differs. Because in web application, there is no IP, there is no ports running, nothing like that. So what is our attack perspective? Then comes, have you heard about SQL injection, cross-site scripting? There are so many other vulnerabilities that is associated with web applications. For example, SQL injection is like whenever we request something from our database and a query is passing. If we can send a malicious query through this query, through this SQL, that is known as SQL injection, or we can inject a malicious query. That is SQL injection. SQL injection is like many types. Blind is there, error based is there, time based is there. So which SQL injection we are getting and how we are like dumping the database is different story. The ultimate target of our SQL injection is dumping the entire database. This is our target. So how much, like how far we can go through SQL injection. Cross-site scripting helped you to fetch the cookies, session, and all those things using. So in web application, if you want to learn web application pen testing, first you should know thoroughly about how web application works, how web server is hosting things, how a request is handled by the web server, how the response is generated, how the client is getting the responses, where the client is getting responses. You should be thoroughly knowing all those things. Technical details should be well known. Only then you may be able to articulate that particular vulnerability, or you need to perform that particular attack. Means you need to know what is exactly happening. For example, what is a GET request? What is a POST request? If I change that to banner, what happens? Or like if I change to head, what it happens? There is a, have you seen the GET request and POST request? What happens if you change that to options? Have you tried? Just try in a proxy, changing that GET request to like options. You can see that it responses with all the HTTP methods that it supports. A particular web, it response will give you all the details of all the methods that it supports. There is put, there is delete. How you can make use of this put of a function to make it delete something is unwanted. These all are vulnerabilities. Web application, each statement is a vulnerability. So nowadays, since AI has came, so many tools and scanners are already available. It comes after all these proper SDLC and proper checking and everything. Still, web application will have a vulnerability. It can be a business oriented, it can be technical oriented, or it can be response and like we will be playing with requests and responses. For example, APIs. Everyone thinks that API is only accessible from the backend, but API itself will give is a almost any data that is not supposed to came to the front side. We can manipulate the APIs to fetch data that is not intended to the public. So this is how we articulate the attacks in web application. It's a different story. As I told you, right? Initial foothold, maintaining access. Learning pen testing and being in the industry is, technical knowledge is required. I will say, if you are into offensive security, it is 95% of technical knowledge and 5% of professionalism. This is what I will say. If you want to win a blue team, it is 50% of technical knowledge and 50% of professionalism and managing things, reportings and alerting and all those stuff. If you are going to auditing, it is 30% of technical knowledge, but you are more into querying things, you are more into auditing. This is the difference. But if you are into offensive security, you need to learn like anything. If, for example, during the speech, someone has talked about AI, right? Nowadays, AI is coming up. Everyone is thinking like, okay, everyone's job will go. But again, being a pen tester or cybersecurity, who will check the security of AI? Again, we are the one. So if AI is coming, who will check this? Check the LLM model is perfect or not. If the LLM model is not properly implemented, the backend things can come forward. We can ask the LLM to give anything. So, for example, I am using a chatbot for my application. If it is not properly implemented, I can create or like articulate a command to fetch all the passwords from the database, right? If it is not properly trained, so who will check this? Again, it has come to offensive security side. Who will check this completely? So cyber itself is there. Only thing is like we need to make use of that AI, or we need to learn how to secure that AI. We need to like cloud is there. We need to learn about cloud, how the cloud services is there. For example, every on-prem means nowadays Active Directory is on in the like entity itself. Now it is moving slowly. The entire Active Directory is inside the cloud. Azure, whatever it is, it's inside the cloud itself. Nothing is on-prem. All the servers are virtual. Testing a virtual Active Directory is entirely a different process. So you should upscale or upskill yourself whenever there is an update is coming in each and everything. So in offensive security, this learning should happen now and then, and when you are entering up in a job, definitely you will survive. Like you are always inside an ocean and you are swimming for your life. Whenever you are in offensive security, there is nothing called ease day. Every time you are in the middle of an ocean. Every time, trust me. So there is nothing called an ease day for you in your life. So you need to upskill yourself, okay, in everything. In this, okay, we will have a break. I think 2 or 3 slides here. Look in a discussion on. We can go for a break, right? Okay, we can go for a break.
Okay, everyone, we will resume the session after 15 minutes.
I have reached till this. So you need to prove them with the screenshots and as well as the recommendations. We have a scoring system called CVSS scoring and all for the vulnerabilities according to how you performed. It's an internal attack or external attack, how easy it was to exploit. All those if combined, we will give a score for a particular vulnerability. That is known as CVSS scoring system. According to that only, we should say that a particular vulnerability is critical, high, medium, or low, or whatever it is. According to the CVSS only, we used to say. So, when I come to my real life experience, I will tell you like one or two like attack path we have faced. Okay, one was when we were working in, for example, when we usually enter to an entity for a red team activity, the first thing we will be doing is like from the outside, we will do whatever the attacks we can. For example, they are outside externally published websites, externally published services. We will try to exfiltrate or gather almost all the informations that is available online or like externally. Then only we will go for an internal to the perimeter. So usually when we go there, the perimeter security itself will be very strict. So one time, one method we were, I'm only saying only the two of the interesting things I have faced. One was this project was for a kind of a famous program occasion that was happening in UAE, and it was under an organization and it like government organization only. So we have done all the external findings, external pen testing, external all those checks. We need to enter into the perimeter. So out of this, one person was given the ID card to enter it, but not the other one. So how we entered into the was, we traveled inside that in the car dicky. One other person was in the car dicky and they failed to check the dicky, boot space. So the other person was in the boot space. How we end up from there was, the other person who was in the boot space, my colleague, he was a smoker. He smokes very well. And the smoking persons have a very good etiquette that whoever smokes, they will connect easily. So there was a space separately on the outside of the gate to smoke. He entered in that. He smoked with them and he entered inside with them. Easily, without any ID card or anything, he just entered inside with them. And he gone to the room. We were just requiring a LAN cable, LAN port. So we need a connection outside with the LAN port. I was outside the window and he just plugged the LAN port and he threw the wire outside the window. And we were working from the lawn actually, first day. Till getting connection or like till getting the initial foothold, we were outside the lawn. We were sitting in the lawn and we were working. After getting the initial hold, we told them like, okay, we got connection, now we need a space to sit. This was first. And the second thing happened was, every entity, the first thing we will try to is to bypass the NAC. If there is a NAC, if there is a network access control, we need to bypass it. Usually what happens is like all the entities will do a NAC, but not for the printers. So printers is always an open connection for us. So always our first target will be printers. Getting the MAC address of the printer, getting the IP of the printer, spoof it and connect our laptop with that MAC. This is a high, like what we say, we will spoof the MAC address of our Kali Linux to the particular printer and then we will connect to the network. This is how we will do. And then we will search the scan, like a network and everything. One time, we were not getting anything. I got access to one single machine as an administrator, but it was a local administrator and it was an isolated machine. From there, we were not able to go for 2 days. I started to search that entire machine, like each file. Luckily, one of the file was a script used for adding a domain user easily and done by a domain admin with his credentials hard-coded in that script. So this is how we turn. So these are the scenarios. Every entity, the scenario you will reach domain admin will be different. None of them will be same. Sometimes I will be getting MySQL credentials. I'll be leveraging my access using that. Sometimes I'll get access to manage engine. From there, I will add myself as a new user and a domain admin user itself. Manage engine is so powerful that we can do anything. We just need to write the rules, Active Directory rules. And then we have this time attendance machine is time attendance software is there for every entity. We can get access to all the users list from that. We will scrap it because usually we can't copy the users from time attendance machine. So we need to scrap it, and then we will launch a password spray attack to the entire users. Usually when we are working in a entity, the users have a tendency to create their password as, for example, if I am working in SFC, okay, my password will be SFC at 1234 if it is 8 characters, or SFC at what is the month, for example March, because every month they need to change it, so it's easy to create them with their month. Or Abu Dhabi itself is a famous in our like this thing, there is a very common passwords, Abu Dhabi, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah. There are so many other things which is a very common passwords. They use it. Abu Dhabi at 2025, Abu Dhabi at so this we will try with password, and usually there is a very particular password that every administrators use, or they forget to change it, or there will be default passwords for some machines, they forget to change it, they will keep it. So these are the entry points usually we get, and still we get it. That's the irony. Like, even though there are people knows this, okay, this is the entry point, still we get it. Or sometimes they will patch everything and then back, but they will back up the credentials in somewhere. So this also will be done. So this is how my real-time work goes. Every day is a new adventure. Every month is a new adventure, I will say. For example, I will stick to one entity for maximum 3 to 4 weeks. So every month is a new adventure for me. That's why I'm sticking to this job right now. And it's very interesting. Okay. So if you people are interested to build a career in this, okay, if you want to build your career in offensive security, I just focused on offensive security today. There are so many other wings of cyber security. It's not only offensive security. In offensive security itself, there are so many. For example, there are people who do only application security. There are people who do only network security. There are people who do only mobile or cloud, OT. For example, I only do OT, not me. But the issue of that is, if you tag yourself into one, then you are never going to become a red teamer. If you want to be a red teamer, then you should be all-rounder, because you don't know what you are going to face next. So you should be ready and well prepared what is coming next. So if I will never say to tag yourself into something. It's easy for you. For example, if you focus on one thing, you will, if you are good and best in that, it's big. It's very good. You will earn a lot in that. But I myself, I like to call as a red teamer rather than me being called as an application security engineer or like a network security engineer. I like to be called as a red teamer or a red teamer. That's it. So I will say you should learn everything to be in offensive security. CH is a very basic course. It's not going to help you in anywhere, okay? But you will get at least the words, things that is being used in ethical hacking. So CH helps in only a very basic. Still, people ask for CH certifications in CV when we ask. I will go with OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Profession. It's a 48 hours exam. 23.45 hours is a real lab exam that you need to hack into five or six systems. You need to report it very well that how you done it. You should be administrator or root in every machine. Really hack into it, and you should be root or administrator. And then you need to write a report on this for another 24 hours and then submit it. Even after reporting the after submitting the report, there is no guarantee that you will be passed. If they feel like a 1% you have malpractitioned anything or then you will get failed. If you fail to add some screenshots properly into the report, then also you will get failed. So that is OSCP. That's the initial level of offensive security. EJPT is another course by CH team. That is a junior pen tester. It's also fine. Comprehensive external assessments PNPT, but no one asks in this in CVs. Okay, this is only for learning purposes. EJPT, some people in India I have seen now started asking, but OSCP is a base requirement in UAE or like outside. Okay, CRUST is there. If you pass OSCP, you can take CRUST is also CRT. That is also in European countries. It's well accomplished. Now you don't need a certification right now. After getting a job also, if you are very good in what you do, you will get, if you get an interview, if you can prove yourself, job is secured. Okay, no one asks for your certification if you are well knowledge. So after getting a job also, you can do the certifications, because all the certifications in cybersecurity is really, really expensive. Okay, really means really expensive. For OSCP, if you pay 1.5 lakhs, then you will get an attempt to write the exam again. For CISP, like my CISP certifications, it's you will cost around 45-50K, and if you fail, you need to pay 50K again. So that is the issue of cybersecurity certifications. So I will never say go and I need a certification right now. I need to no. You can learn from these platforms. Try Hack Me. Try Hack Me is a learning platform. For this, you can learn. There are so many learning paths. If you want to be in SOC, SOC means defense. There is a learning path for defensive security. If you want to be a pen tester, there is a learning path for pen tester and offensive security. If you want to learn OT, there is another learning path for OT. Probably you may need to pay how much? For example, maybe monthly 1,500 or 2,000 rupees. Monthly, that's it. Only 600 here. So when I'm paying from there, it's nearly 60, 80. So I don't know. Maybe from here only 600, and that's very cheap and it's good. At least you will get a really basic things in a way. Hack the box challenges is very good. If you try hack the box challenges, it will give you a real-time scenario, and OSCP exam will be much easier for you if you are very well in hack the box. Vulnerab is something, there are already boxes which is solved. You will get the like write-ups, how to solve a box. So for first initial step, it is very easy before entering the hack the box. It will help you how to solve the machines, how to analyze the machines, how to hack it, all those things. And foundation skills, I will say Linux is most important, because Kali Linux, I already told, day-to-day life you need to use Kali Linux. So Linux foundations is very required. TCP IP networking, you should know very well about it, how the handshakes works, how the ports are getting worked, what is that services. And web application, I already told you how the web is hosted, application is hosted, if it is Android, how it is hosted, what is certificate pinning, what is root detection, all those tips, fundamentals should be clear. And community engagement, there will be competitions like capture the flag. It's just participate in it. It's not like you will win in the initial day, but you will learn so many things. Even OICP itself is not about certification, but the learning path is very good. Like you will read like anything. You will learn a lot of things. So bug bounty programs like Hack the Crow, like Synax. So there are so many. Cybersecurity forums. There are so many what we say communities. Yet another security and DEFCON, NullCon. So there are so many community activities happening around you. Be part of it. Initially, you won't understand anything what's going on. Like you won't be able to understand what's good. But later, you will pick it up yourself. If you have a passion on it, I will never say that anyone can pick it. If you have a passion on it, if you have time to work on yourself, definitely you will land up easily. Okay? That's it. I already told the essential resources. OWASP is something like a Bible for web application pen testers. OWASP is there. For AI itself, there is there. So many, there are books or like attacks, how to perform that attacks in web application. Everything is there in OWASP. Portswigger web security is like, I told you, Bubsuit, right? Bubsuit is by Portswigger. Portswigger itself have an academy. You can learn free. Only if you want to write the exam, they will ask for $99. Not required at all. If you want to learn, you can just log in to that academy, register and start learning. Okay, with the community edition of the Bub Suite. Nmap network guide, so many other commands are there, and checklist payload repository is there. Payload repository means for the XSS, SQL injection, there are different payloads that can be found from here. And that's it. I know this was a very raw technical discussion. I never go for these kind of technical discussions because I know I can't give fully. Somewhere from some basics I'm giving you, which I don't know whether you will use it or not. When ma'am asked me to give you a hands-on, I told ma'am, in 1.5 hours, I can't give anything. And also if I'm giving, I need to expose so many other tools, which I'm not supposed to. But you will get it when you search it, but I don't want to be the initial point. I'm feeding it to you. You can search it, you will get it. I have given somewhere you can start offensive security, build your own. You can get connected with me if you have any doubt or further. It's like I can personally mentor you, but I don't want to throw it to a group of people, whatever that is not required. So I have so many limitations. That's why I restricted to it. And pure technical is always boring. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening to me all this time. And I am open for discussion. If you have any questions concerning your career, I'm open.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your profound insights and practical perspectives. Before we close the session, we would like to hear from the audience. If you have any questions, clarifications, doubts, reflections on this topic, you may ask now.
Not only to offensive security, anything related to cybersecurity industry.
Yes. Anyone, students, teachers? Yeah. Introduce yourself.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ജോസഫ് ഹാരി. ഞാനിവിടെ 3rd ഇയർ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആണ്. ഒഫൻസീവ് സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി താല്പര്യമുള്ള ഒരാളാണ്, പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ട്രൈ ഹാക്ക് മെയിൽ ഒരു ലേണിംഗ് പാത്ത് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തൊരു 3-4 months ആയിട്ട് ജൂനിയർ പെൻ ടെസ്റ്റർ. അപ്പം അതിന് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യാനാണ് പ്ലാൻ. അതിൽ റെഡ് ടീമിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ലേണിംഗ് പാത്ത് വരുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ, റെഡ് ടീമിംഗ് ആണ് ഗോൾ. അപ്പോൾ മാമിൻ്റെ ഒരു സജഷൻ എന്താ ഇനി?
താങ്ക് യു. ജോസഫ് ഹാരി. ഞാൻ ഓൾറെഡി പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മൾ ട്രൈ ഹാക്ക് മെയിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ബേസിക്സ് ആണ്. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ്സ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഓൾറെഡി പഠിക്കുന്നല്ലേ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ യു ഓൾറെഡി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് നൗ. ഈ ഒരു 3rd ഇയർ കഴിയുമ്പോഴേക്കും ജസ്റ്റ് ട്രൈ ടു ലാൻഡ് അപ്പ് ഇൻ സം ബഗ് ബൗണ്ടീസ്. ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുക, ജസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഡൂയിങ്. അത് ചെയ്തു തുടങ്ങുക. കാരണം ഗെറ്റിംഗ് എ ബൗണ്ടി ഈസ് ഓൾവേസ് ഗുഡ് ഫോർ യുവർ CV. അതിൽ ജോബ് കണ്ടെത്തുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾക്ക് ഫസ്റ്റ് തന്നെ നമ്മളൊരു പാസ് ഔട്ട് സ്റ്റുഡന്റിനെ നമ്മളുടെ കയ്യിൽ കാണിക്കാൻ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. സോ എസ്പെഷ്യലി യു ആർ ഇൻ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ്, റൈറ്റ്? ഞാൻ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ചെയ്തത് സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയിലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ എന്റെ CV ആകെ കാണിക്കാനുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ആണ്. സോ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് യു ആർ എയിമിംഗ് ഫോർ എ ജോബ്. ഐ വിൽ നെവർ സേ ദാറ്റ് മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞാലേ ജോബ്. മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഇസ് റിക്വയർഡ്. കാരണം മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് നമ്മുടെ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിനെ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യും. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ട്രൂ. മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ എപ്പോഴും ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവ്സ്, നമ്മുടെ തോട്ട് പ്രോസസ് ഒക്കെ ഡിഫറെന്റ്ലി വി വിൽ ബി ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി റെഡി. ഓക്കെ, അതാണ് മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് ഡിഗ്രി കഴിഞ്ഞവരാരും പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല എന്നല്ല. ദർ ആർ സോ മെനി പീപ്പിൾ. എനിക്കറിയാവുന്നവർ തന്നെ ഡിഗ്രി കഴിഞ്ഞ ഉടനെ തന്നെ ജോലിക്ക് കയറി ദേ ആർ ഡൂയിങ് ഗുഡ്. ചെറിയ പ്രായത്തിൽ തന്നെ കയറിയത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എൻ്റെ അത്ര എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. സോ ഐ നോ. പക്ഷെ എന്താ പറയാ, പഠിക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല, പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങും. ആദ്യം ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഈ പോർട്സ് ഫിഗറിന്റെ അക്കാഡമിയിലൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതാവുമ്പോൾ കറക്റ്റ് വെബ് ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഓരോ വൾണറബിലിറ്റിയും എങ്ങനെ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഓരോന്നും. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഒരു ഫയൽ അപ്ലോഡ് ഉണ്ട്, അതിൽ എന്തൊക്കെ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ക്രോസ് സൈറ്റ് സ്ക്രിപ്റ്റിംഗ് ഉണ്ട്, അതിൽ എന്തൊക്കെ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. XSE ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ പറയാത്ത ഒരു 1000 വൾണറബിലിറ്റി അപ്പുറത്ത് കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറിത്തിങ് എങ്ങനെ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത് ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട് പോർട്സ് ഫിഗർ പറഞ്ഞു തരുന്നുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ തന്നെ ഒരു കോഴ്സാണത്, ഫ്രീ ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, അത് ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ബഗ് ബൗണ്ടിയിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുക. ഓക്കെ, എന്നിട്ട് അതൊന്ന് എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കുക. കൗണ്ടിങ് ഓരോ ചെറിയ ബൗണ്ടി ആയിരിക്കും. ബൗണ്ടി തന്നെ വേണ്ട, ചെറിയ ബഗ് ആയിരിക്കും ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്തേക്കണത്. ദേ വിൽ ഗിവ് യു എ മെയിൽ, മേ ബി അക്നോളജ്മെന്റ്, നത്തിങ് ബൗണ്ടി യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ്. ബട്ട് അണ്ടർ യുവർ നെയിം ഒരു ബഗ് വരികയാണ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഹെൽപ്സ് യു ഇൻ യുവർ CV. CTFന് പോയിട്ട് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ വിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതോ, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് അനദർ ഹൈലൈറ്റ്. പ്രസന്റേഷൻസ്, പേപ്പർ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവാ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ചെറിയ ചെറിയ പേപ്പേഴ്സ് പ്രസന്റ്, ദാറ്റ് ആഡ്സ് അപ് ടു യുവർ CV. ഇതൊക്കെ നോക്കുന്നത് ഇസ് നോട്ട് അബൌട്ട്, ഓക്കെ, ചിലപ്പോൾ ടോപ്പിക് പോലും ആയിരിക്കില്ല അവർ നോക്കുന്നത്. ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് യു ആർ ആക്റ്റീവ് മെമ്പർ ഓർ യു ആർ ടേക്കിംഗ് ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് ഫോർ യുവർ സെൽഫ് എന്നുള്ളതായിരിക്കും ജോബിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഇനീഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേജിൽ എല്ലാവരും നോക്കുള്ളൂ. There is a saying, technical can be taught, attitude can't be. നിങ്ങളുടെ പാഷനും ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡും ഒരിക്കലും ആർക്കും പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷെ ടെക്നിക്കാലിറ്റി ആരും പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ തയ്യാറായിരിക്കും. ഈവൻ ഇപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നോക്കുന്നത് ഫസ്റ്റ് അതായിരിക്കും. ആള് ടെക്നിക്കലി എത്ര ഉത്തരം പറഞ്ഞില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇവിടെ മാർക്ക് ഇടാനൊന്നും ഇരിക്കുന്നില്ല. ടെക്നിക്കലി ഈസ് ഫൈൻ. We will be only checking what's his attitude when he don't know anything. Openly accept ചെയ്യാൻ തയ്യാറാണോ that I don't know this rather than he is blundering. ആ ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി എടുക്കുക. ഈ ഒരു ലേണിംഗ് പാത്ത് തന്നെ കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്തിട്ട് കുറച്ചും കൂടി ഒരു അപ്ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്ത് സൈബ്രറി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു സൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? സൈബ്രറി പ്യുവർലി സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി കോഴ്സസ് ആണെങ്കിൽ, പക്ഷെ അതിൽ കുറച്ച് പേ ചെയ്യണം. നോക്കുക, അതിൽ നല്ല കോഴ്സസ് നല്ലതുണ്ടെന്നുണ്ടെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പം ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഇതെത്തുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റക്കായി ടഫാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിനെ മാത്രം ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള കോഴ്സസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. ജസ്റ്റ് ലേൺ ഇറ്റ് സൈബ്രറിന്ന്. ദാറ്റ് വിൽ ഹെൽപ്പ് യു എ ലോട്ട്. Passion madi, you will land in a good position. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Definitely. Thank you.
Hello. Ma'am, my name is Farida. I'm the scholar Rana. In how many ways the attacker can attack a website which is secured with the, TLS 1.3 like that?
TLS 1.3 ആക്ച്വലി കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ മാത്രമേ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. ആ ഒരു സെക്യൂരിറ്റി മാത്രമേ TLS 1.3 നോക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അത് സെക്യൂർ ആണോ ആ ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രമേ നോക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ഹാക്കിൽ ഒരേ ഒരു വൾണറബിലിറ്റി ആണ് അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു ദ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ TLS 1.1 1.0 യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഒരേ ഒരു വൾണറബിലിറ്റി മാത്രമാണ്. An attacker can hack in multiple ways other than that. It's not a security, it's a security എന്താ പറയാ, ഒരു നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ ഒരു 10 കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതിൽ ഒന്നാണ് സെക്യൂർ ചെയ്യാൻ നമ്മൾ TLS 1.3 യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 1.2 ഓർ ഹയർ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 1 ആണ്.
Okay, can you share any failure attempt you have faced in your job?
Daily basis I'm saying.
Anyone experience?
I have tested an application, ഒരു thick client application ആണ്. When I joined this new job, ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഈ ജോബിലേക്ക് കറന്റ് മാറുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഒരു വേറെ മാനേജർ ആയിരുന്നു. മൈ ഫസ്റ്റ് അസസ്മെന്റ്, എപ്പോഴും നമ്മളൊരു പുതിയ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് 6 months is പ്രൂവിംഗ് ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ആണ്. നമ്മൾ നമ്മളെ തന്നെ പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യണം. അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള തത്രപ്പാടാണ്. നമ്മൾ 6 മാസം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പ്രൊബേഷൻ ടൈം ആണല്ലോ. ഈവൻ ദോ ആഫ്റ്റർ 8 years of experience ആണ് ഞാൻ 9 years of experience ആണ് ഞാൻ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ പോലും ഐ എം സോ ഡെസ്പറേറ്റ്. ഓക്കെ, ഐ നീഡ് ടു പ്രൂവ് മൈസെൽഫ്. വിത്തിൻ 6 months നമ്മൾ പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മൾ കാലുറപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു തത്രപ്പാട്. And my first assessment was a thick line application, that to a chemical engineering firm, internal isolated application, thick line. I tested it like anything for 5 days, not even an informational finding. Or vulnerability kandupidikan pattilla. At 4th day I was desperately ഭയങ്കരമായി ഡിപ്രസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ മാനേജറിന്റെ അടുത്ത് ചെന്നിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു, maybe I think I'm not good in thick line testing, you can assign someone else for testing. അന്ന് എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ആക്ച്വലി ഐ വാസ് നെവർ ന്യൂ ആ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഓൾറെഡി ടെസ്റ്റഡ് ആണ്, അവർക്കറിയാം അതിന് വൾണറബിലിറ്റി ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്കറിയില്ലായിരുന്നു. ബട്ട് ഐ എം ഗോയിങ് ആൻഡ് സെയിങ് ദാറ്റ് ഐ തിങ്ക് ഐ എം നോട്ട് ഗുഡ് ഇൻ തിക്ക് ലൈൻഡ് ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ. എനിക്ക് പഠിക്കാനുണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു, എനിക്കൊരു വൾണറബിലിറ്റിയും കിട്ടിയില്ല. ഐ ട്രൈഡ് മൈ ബെസ്റ്റ്, ഐ നീഡ് ടു ലേൺ അല്ലോ. എടുത്ത വായിക്കാൻ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് എൻ്റെ മാനേജർ പറഞ്ഞാണ്, ആസ് എ പെൻ ടെസ്റ്റർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആസ് എ റെഡ് ടീമർ യു ഷുഡ് ബി റെഡി ടു ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് വൺ മോർ തിങ്, ദർ ആർ തിങ്സ് വിച്ച് ഇസ് നോട്ട് വൾണറബിൾ ഓൾസോ. അത് തലയിൽ കേട്ടാൻ പറ്റണം. പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു സാധനം ഉണ്ട് ഈ ലോകത്ത്. Until that moment, I was having 9 years of experience. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു തോട്ട് എന്റെ തലയിലില്ല. എന്റെ തലയിൽ എനിക്കൊരു സാധനം കിട്ടിയ അതിനൊരു വൾണറബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ എന്തോ ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പിന്നെ മലയാളികളാണല്ലോ, കുറ്റം കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ ഭയങ്കര ഇതിന് വലിയ കുറ്റം ആദ്യം നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കും. കുറ്റമില്ലാത്തൊരു സാധനം നമുക്ക് ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. This is he told me, Saurabh എന്നൊരു മാനേജർ ആയിരുന്നു. ഫസ്റ്റ് തിങ് യു ഷുഡ് ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് യുവർ സെൽഫ് ദാറ്റ് ദർ ആർ തിങ്സ് വിച്ച് ഇസ് സെക്യൂർ ആസ് വെൽ. ഫെയിൽഡ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റ്സ് ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഫെയിൽഡ് അലാം അടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഞാൻ. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഞാനൊരു എൻറ്റിറ്റിയുടെ ഗേറ്റ് ബൈപ്പാസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ യൂഷ്വലി ഇങ്ങനെ ലോക്ക് ആവുമല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ എന്താ ചെയ്യാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആരെങ്കിലും കയറി പോകുന്നതിന്റെ ഇടയിൽ കൂടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഫയൽ എറിയും ക്ലോസ് ആവാതിരിക്കാൻ. ആ ഫയൽ എറിഞ്ഞ് അലാം അടിച്ച് ഞാൻ ആകെ ഇങ്ങനെ നിന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. വേറൊരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ 1013 അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് ഞാൻ ലോക്ക് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ ഓൾ ദീസ് ഹാപ്പൻസ്, ദിസ് ഇസ് ലൈഫ്.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു ജോബ് അസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് കിട്ടുമ്പോ ഇപ്പോ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു ഇത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറ്റാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു പറയുമ്പോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിന്റെ റീസൺ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനെ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യൂ? നമ്മൾ എന്തിനാണ് അതങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ള റീസൺ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനെ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യോ?
എന്ത് ഒരു
ജോബ് അസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത്
യൂഷ്വലി റെഡ് ടീമിംഗ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഒരു എൻറ്റിറ്റി അവരുടെ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഇപ്പോ വാട്ട്സ് യുവർ നെയിം? സരിക,
ഫരീദ.
ഫരീദ ഒരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാന്ന് വിചാരിക്കെ. ഓക്കെ, ഒരു കമ്പനി ഉണ്ട് ഫരീദയ്ക്ക്. ഫരീദയുടെ മൊബൈൽ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷനും നെറ്റ്വർക്കും ഒക്കെ കൂടി അങ്ങനെ പ്രൊഡക്ഷനിലേക്ക് വരാൻ പോവാ. യു യുവർ സെൽഫ് ഷുഡ് നോ വാട്ട് ഐ നീഡ് ടു എക്സ്പെക്ട് ഫ്രം എൻ അറ്റാക്കർ. അതായിരിക്കും പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവ് യൂഷ്വലി. ഓക്കെ, പക്ഷെ രണ്ട് രീതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യും. ഡബിൾ ബ്ലൈൻഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ട് റെഡ് ടീമിംഗിൽ തന്നെ. അതായത് ഒന്ന്, റെഡ് ടീം ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടക്കുമ്പോൾ അവിടുത്തെ IT പീപ്പിൾ വിൽ ബി നോൺ. ഓക്കെ, ഞങ്ങൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട്, ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇന്ന ദിവസം മുതൽ നമ്മൾ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. എപ്പോ എന്തെന്നൊന്നും പറയില്ല. പ്രോബബ്ലി ഇന്ന ദിവസം മുതൽ, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കും പറയാം, ഈ ജാനുവരി 1 മുതൽ 30 വരെ നിങ്ങളുടെ അവിടെ നമ്മൾ റെഡ് ടീം ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടത്തും. സമയമൊന്നുമില്ല. അത് പക്ഷെ IT പീപ്പിളിന് നോൺ ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ എന്താന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവര് വെൽ കോഷ്യസ് ആയിരിക്കും IT പീപ്പിൾ. കാരണം നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന ഓരോ വൾണറബിലിറ്റിയും അവരുടെ കുറവിനെയാണെന്നുള്ളൊരു മിഥ്യാധാരണയുണ്ട്. ശരിക്കും ആക്ച്വലി അങ്ങനെയല്ല. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ മിസ്അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മളൊരു എനിമിയാണ് അവർക്ക്. നമ്മളെ കാണുന്നത് തന്നെ ഈ ഇഷ്ടമല്ല അവർക്ക്. പക്ഷേ ദർ ഇസ് അനദർ മോഡൽ ലൈക്ക് എ ഡബിൾ ബ്ലൈൻഡ്. ഡബിൾ ബ്ലൈൻഡ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഓൺലി എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് മാനേജേഴ്സ്, ടോപ്പ് CEOസിന് മാത്രമേ അറിയുള്ളൂ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന്. നൺ ഓഫ് അതേഴ്സ് ഫ്രം ദി ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി വിൽ നോ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടത്തുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിലൊരു ഭാഗമായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ ആ ഫയൽ എറിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അലാം അടിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ എന്നെ പിടിച്ച് സെക്യൂരിറ്റി പിടിച്ച് നിർത്തിയത്. പക്ഷെ എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഈ പെൺകുട്ടി ആയതുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു കുറച്ച് സംഭവങ്ങളൊക്കെ കിട്ടും അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇവിടുന്നൊക്കെ. അവർ കൂടുതൽ എന്നെ പേടിപ്പിക്കാൻ ഭയപ്പെടുത്തൊന്നുമില്ല. ആമ്പിള്ളേരായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ അവർ ഏകദേശം തീരുമാനമായിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ബെനിഫിറ്റ്, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ബീങ് എ ഫീമെയിൽ, ഞാൻ അതിന്റെ ബെനിഫിഷ്യബിൾ അവിടെ ഇവിടേക്ക് എടുക്കും. പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ഭയങ്കരമായി കരയുന്ന പോലെ നിന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ഒക്കെ മാറി നിൽക്കുന്നേ പറയുള്ളൂ. സോ അതുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഡബിൾ ബ്ലൈൻഡ് ആയിരുന്നു. അതായത് അവർക്ക് അറിയേയില്ലായിരുന്നു ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഭവം നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന്. അപ്പൊ അറിയിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർ ഓക്കെ ഇതാണല്ലേ, നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുന്നാണല്ലേ, നമ്മൾ ID കാർഡൊക്കെ കാണിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഓക്കെ കണ്ടിന്യൂ എന്ന് പറയും. There are 2 times.
താങ്ക് യു.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you for those thoughtful questions and equally insightful responses, ma'am.
Thank you so much once again.
As a token of our love and appreciation for taking the time to share her expertise with us today, we would now like to present a certificate of appreciation to Ms. Lakshmi, ma'am. I invite Vijay, ma'am, the coordinator of this event, to kindly present the certificate to Ms. Lakshmi Pallil. We will resume our session at 1 o'clock. Now it's time for lunch break. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. Our next keynote speaker is an accomplished academic leader, Dr. Vinod P., Professor and Head, Department of Computer Applications, CUSAT. We welcome you, sir. Sir's research spans mobile security, threat intelligence mining, malware analysis, and natural language processing. His exceptional contributions have been recognized internationally, including the prestigious Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship under Horizon Europe. It is with great honor that I invite Dr. Vinod P. to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon and thanks to all organizers who have given me this opportunity to share something on cybersecurity. So today I would be talking purely about cyber threat intelligence, mining and sharing. So as you can see from the title, so there is something that is involved wherein we only speak about cyber security. Then since we are talking about mining, so my complete lecture would be surmounted on the domain of artificial intelligence, specifically deep learning. If you have not gone through deep learning, so I will just give a very basic idea about it. And then when we talk about sharing, then comes again a new technology that is called as federated learning and blockchain. So this complete lecture of 1.5 hours will be discussing about various technologies that we were using specifically to build up threat intelligence. So briefly to tell you about myself, I'm Vinod, and I'm presently the professor and head of the Department of Computer Applications in Cochin University, and I love and I practice cybersecurity. So security is something which makes me crazy about thinking, and these are different domains where I am working now. Primarily, we have footprints in all domains of security, especially the lab which I head, which is the Cyber Security Research Lab in Cochin University. So I hold my PhD from NIT Jaipur, wherein my thesis was primarily on malware detection, so which is like trying to evaluate antiviruses. So we work a lot on computer viruses, especially on Windows malware, Linux, Android. Also, we have some work on PDF. So largely we work on Windows and Android. And we also work on a specific category of malware which is called as metamorphic malware, which means the virus will keep on changing the code structure after every infection. Then the second domain, so I have, I think I have 3 PhD students already graduated in the domain of malware analysis. So the second one is cyber threat intelligence, which I will be talking about, and this domain I'm practicing since last 4 years. And the first PhD student whose work I'm going to present now, which is like Dincy, and this work is something that is industry demand. So if you are very good in threat intel, vulnerability penetration testing, web application penetration testing, system hacking, I think most of the job is done. Okay, so I'll talk more about threat intelligence. Then the third work we are doing now is on federated learning. So I'm having my first PhD student in federated learning who submitted her thesis after 4 years, and primarily we are working on attacks on federated learning. So my interest is more on attacks instead of defense. Okay. So then the next one, which we recently started, my new PhD student, he is working on something called as machine unlearning. So how do you try to unlearn the data which a model has learned? Okay. And can we use unlearning as an attack strategy? So we are more like attackers, and then we defend. And finally, I have a very good interest on English. I do lot of work on natural language processing, social network attacks, Telegram, Instagram, and so on. So these are my research interest. And before I start the critical section of my lecture, I would like to thank all collaborators who have contributed for the work that I'm going to show. So from 2023 to 2025, I was honored to receive the prestigious Mary Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship from European Union. So I took 2 years leave from Cochin University, and I was working 2 years in a university called as University of Padua. I hope you might be knowing what Padua is. Not, if not, you should Google. And it is the world's oldest surviving university, started in year 1222, and the world's first women PhD was awarded from University of Padua. And all major inventions in medicine has been done in University of Padua. Great researchers like Galileo was the faculty of University of Padua. So I sometimes humorously say that I'm also a colleague of Galileo. So I was blessed to have Professor Mauro Conti, who happens to be the top cyber security expert in the world. So he was my supervisor for my Marie Curie project, which was called as Organization Specific Threat Intelligence Mining and Sharing. And then also I had an opportunity as part of my fellowship to spend 4 months time in University of Pavia, which started somewhere close to 1400. So where I worked with Professor Antonino Nocera. And then I also worked with Dr. Serena Nicolazzo from University of Milan. Then my colleague, Dr. Rafida, who also participated. Then a postdoc, Marco Arazzi from University of Pavia. Then the complete work of my PhD student, Mrs. Dinsey. And finally, one of the work, a foreign student, Mirth from University of Pavia, also collaborated. So having said this, we now build the tone of our lecture, and we will be talking about what cyber threat intelligence is. And before cyber threat intelligence, I would like to talk about the anatomy of an attack. Okay, so maybe the predecessor speaker would have already introduced you about this concept, but as an attacker, when some hacker or an attacker would try to compromise a victim. Okay, a victim can be a bank, a victim can be you, a victim can be a health organization, victim can be anything, a country. Okay, so the first thing as an attacker, what attacker does is he or she would try to gather as much information as possible about the infrastructure that is used by the victim organization. Okay, so this process of information gathering is something fundamental, and it is critical in cybersecurity domain, and this concept is technically called as reconnaissance, or in short form recon. So you do lot of recon, and there are some fancy tools available now. For example, there are some operating systems like Parrot or Kali, which has got many fancy tools where somebody no need of writing any program, and you simply use the tool, and there is some magic going in the background, and then you get the output, right? So the whole job of the reconnaissance is fundamentally to find out the weaknesses which are technically called as the vulnerabilities associated with the infrastructure. Okay, so once the vulnerability is identified, okay, which could be some port, so port maybe like a door, or maybe an operating system vulnerability, or maybe an application vulnerability, so any vulnerability you can think about. So once a vulnerability is found out, then what the attacker would try to do is she would try to, we call attacker by female gender in computer security, I don't know why, but don't demean me like I'm biased to one gender, but that is how the literature speaks. So the thing is, like, once an attacker tries to find out the vulnerability, next the attacker would try to create a special weapon which is called as an exploit code in order to victimize or compromise the system. And in verge of that, what the attacker does is, after creating an attack, the attacker thinks that maybe the same user ID and password is used in some other systems. So, or the same weakness is found in all systems in the perimeter of the network. So the attacker would try to exfiltrate, okay, the information from other systems by performing something called as lateral movement. So from one device, the attacker would hop to other device, assuming the same type of vulnerability being existent. So finally, the last phase is that the attacker would always want to be persistent in the network. So persistent means he would always like to be active. So for that, he would try to create some sort of stealthiness, maybe like hide. So if you compare with the real attack, when you find a thief will wear, let's say, a mask, or he would try to obfuscate his body in some way that he is not identified. Okay, so suppose there is a camera, he would try to hide his face or body in some way that he is not detected. So the same thing happens in the digital world. Like whenever there is an attack, the attacker will try to obfuscate. Obfuscate means hiding important details or concealing important details, so that he is not detected by any anti-malware software or intrusion detection system or firewalls and so and so on. So these are the anatomy of the attack. And then to talk about cyber threat intelligence, before giving the definition of cyber threat intelligence, I would like to simply describe cyber threat intelligence as a scientific method of collecting all information that is available in cyberspace. So when I say all information, I mean whatever some companies are uploading in their website. So you have some discussions that are happening between hackers. So can you try to take those information that is there in the hacker forums, the communications that are happening in the dark web, or basically the dark market, can we utilize it? Okay, so whatever is related to cyber security that is available in the cyberspace, we would collect. Okay, and why do we collect this information? We collect this information for two purposes. The first purpose is to understand the ongoing attack in my organization. So let's say I'm basically an education sector like Christ College, and I have a system admin over here. He would try to collect all information that is available in the cyberspace. So which could be from Twitter, which could be from Telegram, which could be basically Instagram, which could be whatever you can think about. So it is an infinitesimal domain. So we collect information from all the available resources that is present in the cyberspace in order to understand the type of attack that is happening in my organization, or maybe to use this information in order to combat or prepare ahead for future menace. Okay, so there are two things involved. So let us say, like, we as an organization, we want to prepare our threat intel. So the first thing that we have to do is there should be a group of members who are trying to design threat intel. So maybe a higher technical team, a project management team, they will try to first evaluate what they want to protect in their organization, what asset they want to protect. Maybe a server, okay, or maybe let's say a server which is having the healthcare record of the patient. So do I want to save that? All those things first has to be evaluated. So that part is called as planning and direction. Now, after planning and direction, the next thing that we do for building a CTI or a cyber threat intelligence system is, like, we would try to collect all available information from the web sources that talks about cyber attacks and mitigation strategy. So I don't know how much you know, but maybe you can try to remember as much as possible few things you might know. So there is a big database which is maintained by NIST, which is called as NVD, National Vulnerability Database, where the vulnerability corresponding to every software is disclosed. Okay, so whenever there is a vulnerability in any application, so if these vulnerabilities are recorded in NVD, okay, and an identifier is also assigned to that vulnerability. And so there is another resource which is called as exploit DB. So how this vulnerability can be exploited. Okay, so how you can exploit this vulnerability in order to exfiltrate information from the computer or from the network devices. It is maintained in exploit DB. Okay, so what I'm saying in the second phase is we collect as much as information possible from the cyberspace, and these information are either structured. So when I say structured, you can imagine like an Excel sheet where you have rows and columns, and then there are certain information which are unstructured. So there is no structure for the data. So it's a heterogeneous information where we have a structure and we have unstructured information. So then the third phase is called as pre-processing. So you try to filter out the garbage out of the data that you have collected and retain only the meaningful information in order to prepare, in order to abstract some knowledge out of the data. Okay, and that knowledge is nothing but called as the threat intel. So what we try to do is we perform some analysis and finally we transform them in some knowledge, and this knowledge can be in the form of a utility software, it could be a graph, and finally what you do is you give you disseminate this knowledge to the stakeholder who wants to use it. Okay, and then you collect the feedback from them whether this knowledge that has been curated or constructed was useful or not. So this is the basic pipeline of a cyber threat intelligence system when we want to develop. So to create a cyber threat intelligence system, the fundamental thing that we try to extract is called as indicator of compromise. So before giving the technical definition of what indicator of compromise is, like I would try to explain indicator of compromise through a real world example. Like for example, let's say that there is a person who died. Okay, and so when there is an unnatural death, what will happen is these forensics investigators comprising of police and doctor, they will conduct an autopsy or a post-mortem on the body in order to find out certain cues in the body which will be mapped to the reason of the suicide. Okay, so same thing happens here. Indicator of compromises are certain artifacts which are collected from a compromised system, which may be a computer, which may be a router, which may be a phone. Okay, so these are basically the forensics artifact that is actually collected after a compromise has happened. So likewise, if we try to correlate it with the dead body, So you try to collect the cues after somebody died, right? Before death, what is the reason of collecting a cue? So the same thing happens here. Like IOCs are nothing but, these are called as indicator of compromise. These are basically the digital artifacts or forensics artifact collected after the compromise has happened. That means an attack has happened to a system. So, what are these indicators of compromise? So, we have a big taxonomy of indicator of compromises, but something to understand is, if we talk about network, so we say the indicator of compromise is IP address, it could be domain, it could be URL, it could be the medium access control address, which is a 48-byte address, which could be the onion routing Tor address, and so on and so on. But if we talk about an indicator of compromise as social media, so it could be like Vinod, what is the social media handle, what is his profile picture, when did he join, how many followers he is having, what is the frequency rate of his transmitting information to the social media, all those things, retweet, tweet, whatever you can think about, that you can collect from social media, from the profile of a person, as well as the textual information that comprises about the social media, the handle. And for this, there are very good papers written by scientists by using Telegram as a social CTI source, Twitter as a CTI source, GitHub as a CTI source, Stack Forum as a CTI source. So you can imagine, wherever there is a social connect, all the information can be used to create indicators. Then if we talk about blockchain, then we have the blockchain addresses in different blockchain technologies like Ethereum or Dogecoin, or maybe Chainlink, Monero, Algorand, whatever you can think about from blockchain you try to collect. Then something which is very, very important is called as a cryptographic hash. So in computer security domain, every file or every object that you see in a computer is mapped to a unique ID, which is basically called as a hash. So I don't know whether in the morning you had an opportunity to hear about a tool that I'm going to talk about, is called as a virus total. So virus total is basically a service which runs almost 60 antivirus engine in the background. So you can Google like virus total. So it shows a very simple interface with one text box. So in that text box, you can actually paste a hash. Okay, so hash is nothing but a summary. Okay, so for example, if you have a written 5 times, the hash will be like 5a. So it's a summary of a file. So when you want to find out whether a file is infected or not, you can compute the summary of the file, okay, through some tools like MD5, some or there are many open source tool, and you paste this hash in virus total, it will tell you whether it is infected or not. Okay, so cryptographic hashes are nothing but they are the summary, or they are essentially a fingerprint of a file which can be used in order to flag whether a given file is malicious or whether a given file is legitimate or benign. So you have different types of hashes, because hashes can be generated through diverse algorithms like MD5, SHA, and you have SSDeep. So these are all different types of hashes which acts as an indicator. But something which is very, very important to understand, and my lecture will be surmounted on this topic, is called as an attack. So attack is essentially a higher level indicator of compromise, which means it is the behavior of an attacker. Okay, so what is the intention of an attacker? So in simple terms, as I told you, the first intention is information gathering, which is reconnaissance. Second one is to find out vulnerabilities through different mechanism. Third one is like exploiting or exfiltrating, and fourth one is persistence. So can you try to abstract out the behavior of an attacker is called as is summarized in attack, and this is basically summarized in one of the great websites or resources called as MITRE attack. So MITRE attack is essentially a knowledge base where you can get the techniques, tactics, and procedures that are used by an attacker. Okay, so if we build a system which can actually find out attacker behavior, then we will say that our organization can combat the attack. So this is what is to be found. And the last two is like vulnerability. As I told, like every weakness has got an identifier. This you can get from the common vulnerability exposures website, or you can get from NVD. Okay, clear? So the fellow person, if she is not well, you can just, the door is there. Okay, otherwise it will also cause me a damage. Fine, so it's there. Nobody is forcing you to stay. Clear? So finally, you have something called as a location, organizations, or registry. Fine. So let's try to understand, like, if we have indicators of compromises, can this solve all our purpose? So that means you have an attacker, you know the IP address of an attacker, just go and catch who is behind. It's not possible. Okay, so indicator of compromises, as I said, it's an artifact that you can collect only after the attack has happened, and there is a race between an attacker as well as the defense system, which is called as the arms race, and the attacker is always in ahead of the this race. So by the time you find out an IP and catch the attacker, he would have changed his infrastructure, he has moved to a new IP address. Okay, and also these attackers are very smart, they don't use real IPs, they use some proxy chains. Okay, so like they are always behind Tor. So these IP addresses or URL that I am talking about, they are not at all good to catch the attacker. It is not possible in today's era to catch sophisticated attackers through this. You can definitely catch a stupid hacker or a script kiddie who doesn't know anything, just using YouTube video and launching an attack. You can catch them. But if you want to catch a attacker who is a part of a malware campaign, a big campaign, or let's say an attacker from Russia, there is a war still going between Russia and Ukraine. So the hackers are actually a part of a bigger group which is called as campaign, and they perform something called as advanced persistent threat, APT. So you cannot catch them simply by URL or finding out an IP. Okay, so these are called as low level IOCs, and these low level IOCs are continuously changed by the hackers. So what is required is somehow we should construct a system where we should be able to find out something called as TTPs, or which is called as the behavior of the attacker. Okay, so this structure that I'm showing you on this slide is called as the pyramid of pain. So if you look at this structure, it's like a pyramid, and and you see the level of complexity. So that means if you have a hash value, and if you want to find out an attack through a hash value, you basically you need not do anything. You take the hash, put it in VirusTotal. So basically you don't require even any knowledge. You can ask a 5-year child to copy this and paste it on a browser. Okay, but this is not going to solve our purpose. So that means if you look at half the or 3/4 part of the pyramid of pain, the level of complexity is very, very, very low. So that means you don't, the security expert, they don't require basically any knowledge in order to catch an attacker. So the whole time that we have to invest is on the apex, which is called as TTPs, which stands for tactic, technique, and procedure. So, what is tactic, technique, and procedure? The first alphabet T, tactic, stands for higher level information about attack. For example, tactic means I just want to create phishing. So the attacker's job is to create phishing attack. But what is the technique? Technique means in order to achieve the tactic, phishing attack, what has to be done? So to create a phishing attack, we have to perform social engineering. Okay, simple thing, like I do lot of ethical hacking. So maybe I come to the reception. Okay, I ask, I maybe I talk to the receptionist. Okay, and then what I do, I drop a pen drive. Okay, she doesn't notice that it's a pen drive, and it may be like a 128 GB pen drive. Okay, and I simply walk away, right? And imagine that this pen drive is having a malicious payload, and if she unknowingly inserts this on her device, then I have a complete control of the device and the network infrastructure. Okay, so we do the hackers do lot of social engineering to do a phishing attack. So what is a procedure? Last P is stands for procedure. To do social engineering, what are the step-by-step procedure an attacker will follow? Okay, something that you have seen every day in the spam folder is you see a mail, okay, and the body of the mail says that, okay, I'm about to die, or there is a flood in my region, I want to give you some dollars of money, can you click this link, right? So basically in phishing attack, the procedure is to write or craft a beautiful email, okay, with some image or link, and entice the user to click that link or download the image. Maybe you don't download the image. Now the image just has 1 pixel. So there are papers on 1 pixel attack. So you don't even see what is there in the email. You just hover the mouse here and there, which causes that 1 pixel image to be installed in your system, which creates a remote connection to the attacker's machine, right? So if we are able to somehow create a system which can extract the tactics, techniques, and procedure, then somehow we can stop the attack, okay, or we can combat the attack. So with this, so this is what I was talking. With this, what we try to do is we try to develop a system which is called as a cyber threat intelligence system, which should at least fulfill 4 objectives. The objectives are basically modeled into a threat model which is called as the diamond CTI model. So you can see it is having a shape of a diamond, and it has got 4 vertex. The first vertex is adversary, which is at the top, means the attacker. The second vertex is called as the capability. The fourth vertex is victim, and the third vertex is victim, and the fourth vertex is infrastructure, which means if our cyber threat intelligence system can find out relationship between attacker and the victim, for example, somebody from Russia victimizing Ukraine, or maybe if you would have heard about a 2-day war, that so-called war that happened between India and Pakistan, immediately there was a news when the war started, that there was a video of Hillary which was circulated in different social media. So what I'm trying to do say is that if we can create a system which can actually find out the relationship, means it can extract the relationship between these 4 vertex, which is attacker, the victim, the capabilities of the attacker, and the infrastructure the attacker is using. If we can model this, then it means that we can find out the ongoing attack in our network, and we can actually prepare for the future attacks. So just to give you an example, adversary can be a single attacker, or an adversary can be basically a part of a larger campaign. So for example, one of the very famous hacking group is called as the Cyber Phantom. Okay, so if the software that we are using in our infrastructure is able to somehow correlate that this attack is coming from Cyber Phantom, then the next step is we would try to find out what are the infrastructure that is used by these attackers. So the infrastructure could be basically the command and control server. In the infrastructure could be basically the IP, specific IP, or the domain, or the email, and so on. And then the capabilities is essentially called as the technical knowledge the attacker is having, the type of tool the attacker is using, the malware the attacker is writing, the exploit, and so on. And finally, the victim means a specific organization like a bank. It could be an industrial control system. It could be an education organization like Christ. It could be basically a hospital, or it could be a country, or it could be a location. So what I would like to emphasize is, like you see in this diagram, there is an interconnection between every two vertex. So which means that a cyber threat intelligence system it should minimalistically try to find out the relationship between an adversary, who is called as an attacker, the infrastructure the attacker is using, the capabilities the attacker is having, what is the goal, ultimate goal, which country or which organization the attacker is trying to victimize. So if these relationships are somehow abstracted, then the CTI system can basically defend against the ongoing attack, or can prepare for the future menace. So we did the first work, and if you are interested, you can just Google with my name and you can read all these papers. I'll just give you a basic idea today. So the first work that we did with my PhD student, and also it was also a part of my Marie Curie project, which is called as an organization specific threat intel. So what is an organization specific threat intel? So basically you can look at these statistics which I am trying to show. On the first column, we have different types of organization called as accommodation, education, finance. But if you move horizontally, you see numerous circles, and inside circle there is some cyan dot. So what I would like to tell you over here is, if you take accommodation as an organization, a real estate, okay, basically what the attacker does is, the attacker would try to always attack point of sale device. Point of sale device means your card reader, because that is the device through which a user would like to make a payment. Okay, so on the contrary, if you look at education as an institution, you would see that the density of dot in point of sale is less, but on the contrary, the higher density dots are there on DDoS. So DDoS means distributed denial of service attack. So the summary of this particular statistics that I want to show is, organizations are distinct in nature. Each organization has different type of information stored. So the attacker will never employ same strategy. He or she will apply different strategy, because the information, wealth of information of interest is held in different part. So you can never create a common system, okay, which can address the problems of all organization. It is impossible. Okay, so what I want to conclude at this point of time is, like, let's say that Christ College have subscribed to a Kaspersky cyber threat intelligence system, and there is a security expert who is opening a computer, and he sees in his dashboard numerous attacks. Okay, because there is exponential increase in attack, but he doesn't know which attack is catering to education sector, because in the dashboard it will show attacks related to finance, attacks related to healthcare, which is not important for him. So in this type of work, what we tried to do is we collected information from cyberspace and we created the CTI system for different types of organizations. So it was organization specific threat intelligence. So why it is required? On the top, if you look at the pie chart, you will find out the larger proportion of attacks are always happening in the education sector. The reason being, in education sector, people are using legacy softwares, okay, like outdated Windows, okay. There is no training, I would say, to the people who are working in education sector, okay, but they are using basically the computers, so they don't even lock their computer with the password. Even if they lock the computer with the password, their password would reflect either their vehicle number or their husband's name or children name or the last movie, the movie actor, and so on. Okay, I'm not talking about you all. But if you look at your grandparents or your parents, if you ask them about the key lock of their cell phone, it would be either a 7 or a square, because they are not cyber security aware basically. So the major attack is happening. So 41% of the attack is happening in the government sector, followed by finance, because when somebody as a hacker hacks a financial institution, then the advantage is like they can somehow steal the information that is related to the wealth of money. So the last one, which is a bar chart, which is not visible here, the one that where my mouse is hovering, it says that the large proportion of the attack is happening because the hacker's intention is to steal money. So it's financially motive. So the climax of this slide is that you can never prepare a solution which is generic. The solution has to be customized. So what we need to do is we have to prepare an organization specific threat intel. So I will quickly discuss about what we did, and this is our first paper which appeared in a strong journal in computers security domain, which is Elsevier Computers and Security, a very high ranked journal. So when we want to prepare a CTI system, basically what we try to do is we collect numerous amount of data that is available in cyberspace. So when I talk about cyberspace, it means that you can collect data from companies like Cisco or Kaspersky. They always disclose information related to attack, okay, threat and mitigation. You can collect information from some underground forums. You can collect information from hacker forums and so on. So this information that you collect, okay, contain lot of unrelated and unwanted information. So you prepare some deep learning models, basically, which we'll discuss, and then try to find out something which is relevant. So this portion is relevant, this portion is irrelevant, and then you use this data in order to basically create the organization specific information, an AI model, and finally you transform this information in the form of some dashboard which a security expert can understand. Why do we do it? There is lot of information that is available as thousands of pages in the internet, and if you ask a security expert to read those thousands of pages and to get data, to get meaningful information, it is practically impossible. So this slide basically shows what we did. So maybe I'll just talk in pictures. So first thing is, like, when you want to build your own CTI system, the data that is available is in the cyberspace. So basically what you have to do is you have to use your computer skills to crawl all websites that are available, Okay, so you use some tools or utilities like Selenium or Beautiful Soup to scrap the web pages, and then you dump the web page in a system. So we scrapped many web pages to find out whether there is information related to an attack. But the problem is, like, every web page, when it is created with different technologies. Okay, so somebody would be using simply HTML, somebody would be using some other WordPress. So there are different technologies which are running behind each website. So what we had to do is we had to create multiple web scrapers for different website, and then every website has got some privacy regulation file which is called as the robots.txt. So robots.txt will say, okay, you can actually crawl my first page, but you are not supposed to crawl the second page. So always the denial rule is written in the robots.txt file. So if you try to crawl a web page where a denial rule is written, you try to crawl it, in future somebody can actually sue you because they have already said that you should not crawl it and you have collected the data. So we created our crawler using different, by respecting the privacy rules written in the robust.txt file. And this is some statistics. We collected somewhere close to 39,000 files comprising of different information. So if you are interested, maybe I will leave these slides. And these are all websites which talks about cyber security threats. Sometimes some will talk about mitigation strategy. The second one is something which is very active, which is called as bleeping computer. So this table shows variable amount of data that we collected from close to approximately 50 websites, and we collected somewhere close to 39,000 plus data. So what you need to understand is, you collected the data, but this data might contain data related to cyber security, or something will not be related to cyber security. So what I mean data not related to cyber security is any website talking about a cyber security course like ethical hacking course. It is not at all useful for me, because it does not talk about any attack. Clear? It simply says, okay, you have to do a 30-hour ethical hacking course and finally you will get a certification. So such websites are not useful to us, but there are terminologies that are related to cybersecurity. Second, there may be some collection of website which will simply talk about definitions of some malware. Virus requires a host file for infection. Worm will actually require an internet. Ransomware encrypts the file. This is actually totally absurd for creating the threat intel, because it is not talking about any attack. Okay, so what we tried doing the next phase is, we collected some expert. Okay, the definition of an expert by us that we defined is those master students who actually have taken a major course in cyber security, who understands basically ethical hacking, as well as some PhD students. They were given a subset of these documents to label. So label means they will read the document, they will say, okay, this document is not related to cyber security, and another document is related to cyber security. This is fundamental problem in machine learning. Like, if you try to create your own data set by yourself, the first important thing that you have to do is to recruit expert who understands domain. For example, like if you're talking about an image classification problem in medical domain, let's say cancer, if you want to identify a tumor, you cannot ask any student who is studying bachelor's in computer science to identify a tumor. So you require doctors who can annotate the data. So likewise, once an annotation is done, you have to verify whether the annotations are correct or not. So what I meant to say is that the next phase is to remove the garbage which is shown here by red color and to preserve something that is useful. So first, for that, you want to build an AI model or a machine learning model. And a machine learning model, the first pipeline is it requires a data. So how do you get the data? So for getting the data, what we did is like we actually recruited 7 students comprising of a PhD student. Other than that, there were 2 faculty members who had 10 years experience in cybersecurity. The job of these 7 students is to read the document. We gave them 300 document. They were reading the document and they were saying, okay, this document is related to cybersecurity. The other is not related to cybersecurity. So they were given 1 week time for annotating the document. But alongside, they were also asked to do another task, is to find out the words or word phrases that talks about cybersecurity entities. So what are the entities in the diamond model? It is the adversary, it is the infrastructure, it is the victim, it is the capabilities. So we were asking them to basically annotate or mark all word phrases which actually mapped to one of the vertices of the diamond model. So for that, you don't do it physically on paper. You don't take the printout or you open the Word file and you highlight it. There has to be some scientific tool. So there are certain open source tools for this. So the one famous one which you can use for textual domain as well as for images called as Label Studio. And then you also have other tools which is called as Prodigy or Brad. So you can use these tools to basically annotate the document. So as I said, we recruited 7 annotators. So every document had got a title and it had got the message. And then whether these annotators are annotating the document properly or not. So if there is an inter-annotator agreement, like for example, few of you now are just listening to what I'm saying and their mind is somewhere else. So there may be also a lethargy in annotating. So they may be lazy in annotating. So there is an inter-annotator agreement. So we call for a meeting to find out whether document 1 by all 7 annotators are annotated as relevant or it is annotated as irrelevant. So for that, what we try to do is we can use a mathematical tool, a statistical tools called as Fly's Kappa. So I will not talk, I don't get intimidated by the equation. I'll just give you a higher level overview. So whenever in a machine learning or a deep learning problem, you are asking the people to label your data, you have to find out whether the labeling is perfectly done or not. So for that, you have to use a tool called as Fly's Kappa, provided you are having more than 2 users. If exactly 2 users are there, you use something called as Cohen's Kappa. So there are 2 techniques that you have to remember. So if you have more than 2 annotators, you use Fly's Kappa. But if you have exactly 2 annotators, 2 people trying to annotate your document, you basically use something called as Cohen's Kappa. So what is this formula saying? It is trying to find out the difference between the actual value and the estimated value. So the difference should be basically less. So luckily, after several rounds, we found that the inter-annotator agreement for all 7 annotators had a value of 0.9. So whether the 0.9 is good or not, you have a level of agreement table which was proposed in year 1977 by a group of researchers called as Landis and Koch. And if you look here, that 0.91 is in the scale of 0.81 and 1, which means it's a perfect agreement. So what we can believe is that all our annotators were skilled and they annotated the documents perfectly. Okay, so this is what we did. And finally, eventually we had got around 6,000 documents which were not related to cyber security, and 3,000 plus documents which were related to cyber security. And finally, what we did is, this you need not remember, we created different types of models. And if you are studying machine learning or natural language processing, and if you are using chat gpt heavily today, it is built on a basic idea which is called as transformers. So we used multiple models like by LSTM convolution neural network, then BERT model, and you can see that with title alone we can get approximately 84 percentage of performance, and with the content it is 0.83. So which means that if you feed any textual document, it can clearly say with 84 percentage confidence my document is related to cyber security or not. And you also try to find out that the difference between the performance of title as well as the content is like it will be having paragraph, it is closer. So this gives an idea like it is basically beneficial to use the title alone. And there are some BERT model already written for security which is called as the security BERT. So it is already there in Hugging Face. If you want, you can experiment on that. So once you have now the collection of document which is related to cyber security and which is not related to cyber security, the next job is to find out which document is corresponds to healthcare, which document corresponds to finance, which corresponds to industrial control system. So that means our whole job is to somehow create organization specific threat intel. So in this phase, what we try to do is to just motivate ourselves with a small blog here which says that the Russian APT-28 hacker breach Ukrainian government email server. So if you just look at the title, you know that there is an APT-28 which is an attacker, so you know the adversary, okay, and Ukrainian government is the victim and the organization is basically government, right? The same information is given in a verbose manner. If you read this, a threat group tracked as APT-28 and linked to Russia, general staff and so attacks government entities. So what I want to conclude is, from the previous phase, we got approximately 3,000 documents which are annotated like belonging to cyber security or not belonging to cyber security. Now our job is, can our machine learning or deep learning model take such documents and classify that it is related to government or it is related to education sector. Essentially, we should be also able to highlight certain phrases like APT-28 which are called as entities. So what we tried doing here is, we build again several models like security BERT or Roberta, which details I will not talk, I'll just show you the output. So you can see that our model was able to classify the organization with 91% of accuracy only using the title, and if you use content, it had close to 92% of the result. Okay, so you can if you are practicing machine learning or something, you can actually go through all these models, and these are very important. You can fine tune it. So I just tell what we did. So the next and the last phase in our job was to find out whether we can create a diamond model out of our textual data. So this boils down to a classical problem in natural language processing, which like in 1917, which is called as named entity recognition. So what named entity recognition means, don't go through what is there in this slide. Maybe in a simple term, I can simply say that Vinod works in Cochin University located in Cochin. If this sentence is given to any NER or named entity recognition tool like Stanford NLP or SPACY, which is written in Python, what it will do is it will take the phrase Vinod and it will say Vinod is a person. Okay, Cochin University is an organization and Kochi is a location. So what named entity recognition does, it takes a textual document and tries to classify it into person, organization and location, right? But the problem with the tools like SPACY or Stanford NLP is that you cannot use it for the cyber security domain or any domain like medical domain. The reason is, if you hear a word virus, okay, it it can be thought as a pathogen in English. In medical domain, it's pathogen. But if you talk about virus, it is basically a malicious software. So same word but having two different meaning. So if you are using a tool like SPACY for the cyber security domain, it will fail. Another example that I would like to quote is, there is a word called as tool. So tool in English is basically a mechanical tool like the hammer, the chisel, but a tool in computer domain is basically a software or a utility, right? So what we tried doing is we customized this Python library so that it can be used for our purpose. And eventually the output that we want is, given a phrase, it should be able to highlight some important entities over here. For example, the UMBC, which is called as the organization, then info@umbc.edu is an email, and WannaCry is called as the malware. So what you see in the uppercase, org, URL, email, malware name, malware type, these are called as the entities. Okay, so in the diamond model, we just have four entities: attacker, infrastructure, victim, and the capability. But we advanced. What we tried doing is we wanted to find out specific entities like organization, URL, email, and so on. So this is just a glimpse. So what we tried doing is we recreated this SPACY, we retrained this SPACY with the cybersecurity document. Okay, so this is not very important. So essentially we found out 13 entities, and why we took these 13 entities, we referred a cybersecurity platform which is called as Styx, and Styx is a platform which talks about different cybersecurity entities and the relationship. So relationship means an attacker. What is the relationship of an attacker and a victim? What is the relationship of an attacker and the capability? Relationship between an attacker and an infrastructure. So we somehow extracted around 13 entities starting from attack to date and time, and we used a tool called as Label Studio, and we actually trained people to annotate all these things. So again we had got basically 0.92% of accuracy. And if you want to use this tool, or if you want to use any data set, we have created our own GitHub, which is over here, which you can use, and then you can find out. So these are just the example, like what attack means. Attack is something called as phishing or malware. What is campaign? Campaign is a group called as Lizard Square, and so on. And vulnerability will be actually written like CVE 2022, and there will be a unique identifier. Asset is some important thing that you want to protect. So for example, it could be money, it could be some important device, and so on. So these are some examples. And finally, we created a transformer model and we augmented it with some long short term memory, if you know. And then we use a classifier called as conditional random field, and we were able to identify 96 with 96 percentage the entities in our document. Then, so this is just the diagram. Then finally, what we tried doing is, if you have found out entity, what is the big deal that you have done? So can it be used for anything? So let me draw your attention to basically a textual document written here. Dark Hotel Thread Group launched the operational black hat. So the one that is written in this rectangle is the entity. So Dark Hotel is basically a thread group. Then Operation Black Hat is a campaign. So if you give this textual document to a security expert, his time is so valuable. How can he read and try to find out important information? So if suppose you convert this document into some graph like this, only with thread group and campaign, so and you give him the information like, okay, a thread group launches a campaign. A campaign is located at some place, correct? And then a campaign basically targets a financial institution. So this idea in natural language processing is called as relationship extraction. So what is relationship extraction? Given a document that is actually annotated with entity, can we try to find out relationship between every two pairs of entity? Okay, so I think you are a bit naive in this domain, but to just give you a shorter glimpse, if you want to find out relationship extraction, there are two techniques which are famous. One is called as the pipelined mode. In pipeline mode, you take a document, find out the entity, and then you find out the relationship. So there is a series. You have a document, then find out the entities, then you find out the relationship. But the problem is, if you have wrongly, if your system has wrongly found out some entities, then it will find out wrong relationship between entities. So that is the failure of pipeline mode. But then there is another type of thing which is called as joint entity relationship extraction, which will jointly find out the entities and relation. Okay, so I leave that maybe for later reading, and this is basically the model we developed. Like, we tokenized the sentences, we gave to the BERT model, and then we did some internal magic, and finally between every pair of entities, it tried to find out the relationship. So in the interest of time, maybe like I will quickly talk about something that we did is like, finally you use some tools called as Neo4j. I don't know whether you know it or not. It's an open source tool which is used to find out the relationship between a given textual document. So the circles that you see are basically the entities, and the relationships are shown with the edges. So for example, August and government. So we will say that this particular attack was activated on August 2023. So if you give this interface to a security expert, not layman's like us, they can filter out important information quickly. For example, China linked Mustang Panda target South Pacific. So what the attacker can, a security expert can do, he can Google for this particular malware, try to find out what infrastructure the malware will infect, try to find out the vulnerability of the infrastructure, and if that infrastructure they are using, they will patch it. So this is called as the knowledge graph, and we named it as organization specific knowledge graph, and if you are interested, I may point you to a paper. So another couple of minutes, I will talk something about a domain of artificial intelligence, which is basically distributed machine learning, and we used something called as federated learning in order to create a privacy preserving data sharing. So before I move to the slide next, uh, I hope you know what is machine learning, right? You know machine learning? How a model is trained? You said you know, right? Yeah. How a model is trained? How a model is trained? No answer. How a model is trained? What is training? What is training? Huh? No, that is approach of training. What do you mean by training? Huh? One answer which is partially correct. We give data and train, but still the definition of training is not there. What is the pattern in the data? Okay, understanding what is the generic pattern of the data. Clear? So you give lots of data and eventually you say that you have built a model, okay, and you can take this model, either store it in your cell phone, you can put it on cloud and you can use it. Clear? But what is the problem with such models? You are giving the data to the model, okay, that model is running in the machine. Can you can you attest that there can be no privacy leakage? There can be a privacy leakage, correct? So thanks to a concept called federated learning coined in 2017, okay, by Google, which is basically a concept of distributed machine learning, okay. So you can just look here that where the mouse is hovering, this part is a server. Clear? In traditional machine learning, what happens is when I have to build a machine learning model, these are clients. Okay, are you with me? These are clients. In traditional machine learning, client 1 will share the data with the server, client 2 will share the data with the server, client 4 will share the data with the server. And the server will use some algorithm, okay, will try to learn some pattern of the data, build a model, and it will deploy the model. Correct? Now, the server is receiving the data. If it's a patient data or our mobility data, or if I wear a watch, the healthcare data, there can be privacy leakage at the server. Are you getting me? In order to avoid this, there was a concept called as federated learning, which works on one fundamental principle saying that the data should not leave the device. Data will be there in each of the device, it is localized. Then how federated learning will happen? So this is the example of centralized federated learning. The whole idea of federated learning is all 4 clients that you see at the bottom will eventually cooperate together to build one model which can be used, but it will not leak the privacy of any of the devices. Clear? So in an essence, the summary of this federated learning is to collaboratively build a model, okay, and this model is thought to be privacy sensitive. It is thought to be. It's not 100% sure. If you come to my lab, we are doing lot of attacks in federated learning models. So just seeing the model, we can take out the data from the model. So we have done many work with our students to find out just by seeing the weights of the model, can we get the data. Okay, so so just forget about it. The whole idea is to build a collaborative model. So how it is done? So in the first step, the server, the so-called server whom we trust, okay, will share a basic model which is shown here by a yellow color rectangle with all the clients. So you can see here, it's a deep learning model where the initial layer is having 4 neuron, the second layer is having 3 neuron, and the last layer is having 2 neurons, and you can see all of them are having the same type of model. Correct? So the first step is server shares the model with the client. Are you with me? Is it clear? Then what client will do is client will take their local data. So you can see the data is shown by different color. So this is red, means it will take its local data. It will take the model that server has shared. It will train the model. So it creates a local model, right? So you can see over here, the second client is using its own data. It's using the server's shared model. It is preparing, it's training the model. So all 4 clients basically have 4 different models. Clear? Now in the next step, the clients, instead of sharing the data, what they will do, they will share the models with the server. They are not sharing the data. So when I say model, they will share in technical terms, in deep learning, the model parameter. So in deep learning, what are the model parameters? The weights of the model, or the biases of the model, or they will share the gradients with the server. Okay, so you can just remember, if you are a newbie in deep learning or machine learning domain, you can just remember that instead of sharing the data, it will only share the model parameters. So once the server receives the model parameter, what server will do? Take this model parameter plus take this model parameter plus take this model parameter, find the average. So the server will run an algorithm which will simply average the model parameter, and there is a famous algorithm which is called as federated average. So this is one round. In the second round, what the server will do, server will take this updated model, share again with the client. The client will repeat the process. It will take its local data, again train the updated model, share their model with the server. So this happens, this communication between server and client happens for some number of rounds, and eventually what is expected is that the global model that we have created should exhibit the identical performance of a model without federated learning or classical. So that is why we have written the accuracy of a federated learning model and an accuracy of a model without federated learning, it should be close together. So that means, suppose if this is 90, it should be 89 or 89 or 91. Are you getting me? So we repeat this process. So one thing that we should be very, very happy about is that since we are not sharing the data with the server, we are very safe. It's a privacy preserving model. Do you agree with me? Clear? But there is a drawback. What is that drawback? In this, there can be still a drawback. You are not sharing the data, but still there is a drawback. Huh? No. Just see this diagram. What I'm saying is, you don't share the data, you build a model, but still there is a drawback with the system. Huh? No, I'm saying it's accurate. I'm giving you all what we have written is there. It's accurate also. Still there is a problem, and that is there in this diagram. If you look this diagram, you can find out. So if they know other one also, what is the problem? I don't know your data in your mobile phone, right? If I know you, what is the problem? We both are client. The problem is the server. No? Yes. Server doesn't see anything. Server is aggregating. Let's say the server hardware fails. What will happen? Can you use something? No. Right? This is the center point of failure. Are you getting me? That is first thing. Second problem I will tell you is, server is having a model which is an aggregated model, and if you want to pursue something on machine learning today, don't use this conventional algorithms like random forest or naive Bayes or neural network. Nobody is happy today. Nobody is using also today. everybody is working in federated learning. So basically what you should be trying to understand is what are the attacks that are possible only having this model. Server is not having the data. Can server get the data of the client just from the model? Okay, such attacks are called as membership inference attack or inference attack, which means, in a very simple example, a hospital is having a model developed, which is a prediction system for a cancerous prediction system. Can from the model can we find out XYZ patient is suffering from cancer? That is dangerous. Are you getting me? Clear? So such attacks are called as inference attacks. So now what we are trying to do, okay, I'll tell you what research we are doing now is uh, when you are training the model, the information goes from the first layer to the last layer. So there is a flow of information. So flow of information is like flowing the signal. So through that signal, can we identify the data that is used for training? Okay. So this is a very new type of topic in machine learning, which is called as smudge attack. Smudge. So you try to learn the side channels. Okay. So what I wanted to conclude here is that the server is a center point of failure. Okay. How do you avoid this failure? What we did in our work is we actually used blockchain to solve this. So what we tried doing is we say, don't believe on server. Every model that you create, you store it in the distributed ledger. Do you know what is a blockchain? Anybody? No? Say something. Do you know? Otherwise you will not understand. Do you know? Okay. Just a very simple definition of blockchain is like it's a book where if I write, you all can see. Clear? And whatever I have written, suppose one student is changing it, that change also you can see, and you can say this person has changed. So blockchain is nothing but a ledger, a book. The copy of book is with everybody. If somebody changes on the book, automatically it will reflect to every system. Clear? So once you write in a blockchain, it's permanent. Nobody can change it. It is called as immutability, property of blockchain. That means what you write in the blockchain is permanent. Nobody can change it. So the writing process in blockchain takes some time. Okay, and it is written always by some legitimate people. So what what we did is we removed this model. At every round, whichever model is created, it is written as an instance in the blockchain. So the latest model is always received by someone. So if you can imagine, okay, he is a hacker, he is changing the model, you can actually find out who has changed because the same copy of the model is present with everybody. Clear? So I will just quickly tell what we did in couple of slides. So this is the diagram of the blockchain. So you can imagine now the blockchain is the central server. Just hypothesize like this. So if I show here 4 different blocks, you can imagine that there are 4 different models. In 4 rounds, 4 different models are created. So in the first round, what we do is from this blockchain, all these clients, so these are all clients, they will get the basic model. Okay. So this model is copied into the first client, the second client, and the nth client. So we are doing federated learning. What will happen? The clients will train their local model with their local data. So in the second step, each client, which are our organizations, will use their private data, will prepare their private model. So this is the private model. Clear? But here we kept a concept that these models can also be malicious. They can be attacker. They can write some false data, and if you write false data, you produce a false model. When you aggregate, the false noisy model will be written. So for that, what we did in our case is we assumed that we had some trustworthy nodes which are called as validators. And their job of validator is take the model from client 1, validate whether the model is good or not. Take the model from client 2, validate whether it is good or not. Only good models will be written in the blockchain. Okay, so in the next step what we did is this clients will share their models not with the server, which is our blockchain. Instead they will share with the validators. Now what these validators will do, validators will take their data, which is a test data, and predict with the model. What is the prediction? This will also take its data, perform the prediction with this particular client. Likewise, it will take its data, find out the prediction for the second client, take the data, find out the prediction for the next client. And all these predictions are basically ranked from higher to lower. Higher means that particular model is trustworthy, right? So what we have written, use the local model, validate the CTI, validate means test with its own data, and then upload the result to the server, which is the blockchain. So in blockchain, there is a program that is running, okay, which are called as smart contracts, okay, that you just remember this word. The job of smart contract is to arrange the score based on highest to lowest. Okay, so this smart contract, what it will do, it will rank the model, only aggregate the useful ones. So the beauty is, first of all, blockchain cannot be dead, it is always alive. Okay, and if any client is actually doing some mischief, you can actually, it will go in the lower rank, it will never come in the higher rank, because the validators will generate a lower rank result for this. Okay, so this is like an integration. And just last topic which I will talk about is, then we created something called as a chatbot, a security co-pilot. And why the security co-pilot is required? In a security organization, if you have a cyber security co-pilot and an expert is writing a question, what is Mustang Panda malware? It gives you a result. What is CV 22-1234? It gives you a result. What is 192.168.0.1 IP address? It will give you a result. So what we tried doing is, we created, thanks to the revolution of large language models, what we did is we created 2 co-pilots. So the first co-pilot that we published, the first version is called as an Intel bot. And this, I will share the link. If you want, you can use it. It is basically created for the security expert in order to summarize the cyber incidents. So how did we create it? We first of all, what we did is, we created numerous amount of data that is available related to cyber security. So which is called as the Advanced Persistent Threat Report from the website called as VX Underground. So we took around 2000 documents. Then we downloaded close to 445 cyber security textbooks. Then we used the output of different malware from VirusTotal website, around 7,900 of them. We collected some URLs, and we collected close to 320,000 reports from the NVD blog. So we had somewhere around 330,000 document. Then what we did is, I'm not sure whether you know a framework called as LangChain, LANGCHAN, LangChain. So what we tried doing is, we created a bot which used a Python library called as LangChain. So what it does, Since the data is of different format, some are of PDF, some is HTML file, some is textual file, uh, LangChain, thanks to LangChain, it has multiple libraries which can handle each of the data format, and it is stored in a database which is called as a vector store. So you store every document in the form of a number. Okay. So if you want to load a PDF file, you have a loader called as PyPDF. If you want to load a CSV file, you have a CSV loader. All these library are a plug and play library in the Python tool called as LangChain. Okay. Then finally what we do is we take all these document, we break it into some smaller number of blocks which are called as chunks, and these chunks are stored in a database, and this database is a vector database. A database which can store numbers are called as vector database. So one of the famous vector database is ChromaDB. Okay. And there is something from Facebook which is called as FAISS, FAISS. Okay. So we used FAISS. So then we wrote a prompt. So we used basically OpenAI, OpenAI model. Also we worked on LLM. We wrote a prompt where we asked the large language model to behave as a security expert. So we changed the personality of an LLM so that it behaves as a security expert. And then we created a query. Just for an example, what was the name of ransomware used by Fin 8? So when you ask this question, immediately what our bot does is it will take this question and convert this question into a number, because the result is stored as a vector in the database, so two numbers can be compared. So what I'm saying is this question was converted into the number, okay, and it will generate some results. So we are generating basically 3 results, and these results are called as context in large language model. So then what we do is we again take this question, and this context as a hint is given to ChatGPT, okay, and it generates a result called as Fin 8 has been detected using White Rabbit ransomware. So I summarize what I'm telling you is like all our documents are stored in the form of a vector, okay. You take the question, you convert the question in the form of a vector. So this question is actually compared with all the results that are there in our database, which is called as a vector store. And we ask only give us 3 best answers. So that is why 3 is shown here, but you can customize it to any number. So the question and these context, which are called as the hint, is again given to our large language model. So what our large language model will do is it will try to reason that my answer should be something among this. It should have some context within these 3 phrases, and eventually it will generate the result like this. So with this, what we tried doing is we checked the result that is generated by our chat bot, which is Intel bot, and we also compared the result with the human, whether the result is correct or not. So we wanted to do both comparison. So and how did we do? We, for every answer, we asked our chatbot to again generate 5 questions. Okay, we asked it to do the reverse one. So for question you have an answer. Now for the answer we are asking it to generate 5 questions. And if those 5 questions are similar to the original question, so that means the answer is correct. So that means there is no hallucination. So I repeat, 5 answers are generated by LLM. You again ask it, you compare it with the original question. If there is a similarity in the text, it means that the answer is correct. So this way we avoided hallucination. So, these are the results that we got for vulnerability assessment. We got somewhere close to 91% result. For APT detection, questions on APT, we were again close to 90. For virus total, that is talking about virus, we were close to 98%. And then we actually did developed a second version of this bot, which is called as Morse, MORSE. Okay, so and then we used some tool which is called as RAGAS, RAGAS, which can also evaluate your LLM based on faithfulness, answer relevance. So these are some mathematical equation. You need not be bothered, recall and precision. And eventually we found that for vulnerability, we got somewhere close to 0.9. For APT, it was 0.8. For security block for 0.8, and virus total, it is 0.8. Okay, so with this I would like to close, but I would like to show something. If I don't know whether there is an internet. You have Wi-Fi? Huh? So I'll just try to show you something which one is free. With this one. Just a couple of minutes, and I'll tell you what is interesting. And meanwhile, if you are new to cyber security, I would tell you one thing, that you should not fall prey of. Okay, this is a regular question. You should try to somehow learn something called as ethical hacking. Okay, it doesn't require any programming knowledge. You just simply write some commands and use some tool. But when you prepare yourself, you should look at some tutorials that are more or less related to OSCP. Okay, so which is basically offensive certification on Kali Linux. Okay, which is supposed to be one of the toughest certification. Okay, very expensive. I don't mean that we need to do that certification, but the way OSCP exams are prepared is they will give you a machine with vulnerability. I think so. Maybe the speaker today morning, she would have introduced something about Metasploitable 2. Have you heard about? So Metasploitable 2 is essentially a vulnerable operating system, right? So try to learn about how to do attacks on Metasploitable 2, so which will improve our skill set on ethical hacking. But that is not enough. Something that is important is called as web application penetration testing, because you can only enter to an organization through web application. You cannot find any loopholes usually in servers or application now. And then you should very well practice something called as Shell GPT. Have you heard about this? Shell, SHELL, Shell GPT, where you can, which is a pre-trained model like Chat GPT, where you can ask questions that are related to cyber security. Okay, and thanks to Kali Linux, they also have something called as Kali GPT now, so you can use that. Okay, so other than that, in today's era, if we need to find a very good job along with computer security, you should have a very good skill set on LLMs. So you should know how to pen test a large language model. So so I'll just I think, yeah, so maybe yeah, so this is what we are doing. And maybe if you want, yeah, so I'll quickly tell you. So this is one of the work that was accepted recently, where we were trying to use the Android apps, okay, which are malicious. We know they are malicious, but what are their behavior? What all they can do? Okay, so this paper is actually open source, and we also have our GitHub set up with the code. If you are interested with all malicious app, you can do this. Then something recently I did interesting is this one. I hope you can read. So this I did with one student in University of Pavia very recently, which is X breaking, which is like you have a large language model like ChatGPT, Gemini, Quen. Can you write a program to find out the result that you are getting is from ChatGPT or from Gemini or from Quen? So which is called as fingerprinting LLM. Okay. Then once you fingerprint LLM, you put a question on LLM saying, I want to kill XYZ. What is the response from the large language model? If you write in ChatGPT, I want to kill somebody, what does it give you? It tells you the method. Huh? It will never tell you. Okay, because all LLMs are working on one concept called as alignment. They will never give you any information that is unethical. I want to plant a bomb. No. It will say, I cannot give, I will not be able to give unethical answer. So what we did is, through this work, we somehow tried to jailbreak the large language model. We forced large language model to give unethical answer. So why such study needs to be done? Tomorrow, somebody, you will also use some LLMs or some company or some hospital is using LLM. But if somebody is able to craft some malicious prompt, it should not give you sensitive information. So this is one of the work that I did with one student recently. And this is a bot that we generated. This was my PhD student in Italy, which is called as Morse, a cybersecurity bot, which was based on a new concept, not new, maybe for you new, which is called as RAG, retrieval, augmented, and generation. Okay, so and then one of the very interesting work that we are doing now is on machine unlearning, which means if you think that your model has been trained with sensitive data, can you ask the model to forget it, which is called as machine unlearning. But since I am a security guy, so my interest is to attack an unlearning technique. So what we are doing now with my PhD student is, can you force a model to unlearn some data which will bring down the utility of the model? Initially it was 90, can you make it to 10? So which means machine learning models can no longer be used. Okay, so this is one thing. And another thing, in terms of protection, we are doing something called as watermarking the machine learning model. You know what is watermarking? Have you heard about watermarking? If you use Indian currency, you should know what is watermarking. Okay, so watermarking is for avoiding forgery, right? So you can claim that the entity is yours. So what we are doing now is, can you watermark a model? So we hide some information in the weights. Okay, I upload it in the cloud. Tomorrow you use my model and you sell it to someone else saying that you have developed it. I can actually sue you by generating some patterns from your model. Okay, so we are doing some attacks on watermarking model, because if you know Hugging Face, you can download a model, you can retrain the model. So can you identify somebody has retrained your model? So we are doing watermarking attacks and defense. So with this, I will close my lecture, and I hope 1% would be absorbed. I know, because I purely give technical talks. My talks are never fundamental, because I only like to talk about what I do with my group to inspire like what can be done in future. Okay, So before closing, as I said, we are doing lot of stuffs in cyber security, and it is not a publicity stunt. Uh, if you are interested, you are welcome to visit our lab. We have got a very strong collaboration with Kerala Police Academy. We do lots of forensics. So if you are interested in the domain of malware analysis, security of AI, okay, where we can attack security algorithms or AI models, then threat intelligence, LLMs. In my lab, you are always welcome. We give lot of internships to many students. Many students also do PhD with us. So if you are interested, I will open heartedly welcome you. Okay. But the intention should be 200% learning. Okay. So if you want, you can visit. Other than that, in my department, we have presently 8 faculty members. Uh, and we are 3 professors, 1 associate and 4 assistant. So one professor is working on on data science and big data, Dr. Judy. I work only on security. So my domain is about security. And the third person, Professor Sabu, he works on deep learning. We have another professor who works on computer vision. Then we are making our department ready for quantum, because you know that there is a national quantum mission and we are very active. So 2 of my colleagues have completed out of the 6 courses of national quantum mission. 5 we have completed, 6th one is to be launched. And I think in coming months, you will hear that our group have started doing something on quantum. Especially, I have started working on something called as post-quantum cryptography. So that means, can you use like quantum computers can break everything? That is what is. So can you use post-quantum cryptography? And we have also started working on something called as quantum machine learning. So I've given you the glimpse of everything, and I will leave my slide, and maybe if I can quickly show you uh, yeah. So these are our contributions to the community. We keep all our work open science. Anybody can use anything that we have done. So all our projects are open science, and you can for example, something that I was talking about, the Android, it is there. We worked with Dinsey on dark web, which is this. Then federated learning is over here. We did something on Twitter and CTI. So on malware, it is here. So whatever you want, you can take, you can enjoy, you can get back to us. If you have any doubt, we are always ready to help. Okay. So with this, I would like to stop, and thanks for the opportunity. So I was under an impression that the crowd has fundamental knowledge of machine learning. If some fundamentals of AI is not there, I don't think so you will understand my lecture. If not, what you can appreciate is like what people are doing in security. So if you are very good CTI engineer, people will simply pick you up, right? So you should try to learn about different tools like Splunk and many tools, which in today morning and maybe you heard from me. So you should try to practice. And AI is now basically a science. So without AI, I don't think so we can march forward. Okay, so everybody has to do AI. And now doctors are also everybody is doing AI. Okay, so with this, I thank the organizers, the management, and I also thank you for your patient listening, and if 1% you understood, I think my job is done. Thank you. If you understood more, then it's something great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and thought-provoking session. Before we close the session, I would like to hear from the audience. Do you have any kind of questions, doubts, any reflections on this topic? Any idea? Yes, someone there. Yeah, please introduce yourself. You may ask us.
My name is Joseph Harry MB. I'm a third year student from computer science. So my question is that as of right now, what are some good topics in cybersecurity that us students can conduct research on and like publish research papers on?
Uh, uh, like I'll tell you one important thing. Cyber security is a very big ocean. Okay, and I will tell you my journey and how I moved. So I started security seriously in 2007 when my professor in NIT, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, she told me that you should work on a domain called as malware. So one domain is you can become a malware analyst. Okay, it's a wonderful domain. And in malware analysis also, like if you want to pursue your career as malware analyst, you should be very good in low level programming. Okay, like assembly level programming. You should try to pursue reverse engineering. You should learn operating system internals. Okay, then you can become a good malware analyst. This is one domain. Second domain is like you can try to become a pen tester. So pen tester, basically they need programming skills, but not that not a serious programmer. They basically try to understand different types of vulnerabilities. Okay, they should be good in understanding the way this vulnerability can be used. So that means exploit. So you can learn something called as VAPT, okay, which is called as system penetration testing. But you can also do something called as web application penetration testing. So this is another domain. With the rise of LLMs, there is a new job market that is opening, which is called as LLM penetration testing, LLM pen test. Okay, so maybe you can start with some basic courses that are there in Coursera. You can, if we cannot afford paying for the course, but we can audit the course. That is another domain which you can start. Then there is a huge market in blockchain. Huge market, especially in Middle East. There is a huge market. Okay, so you can also do, if you want, you can learn about smart contract. You can actually try to learn different blockchain technologies. Okay, or you can also think about, can you try to create certain tools on smart contract vulnerability. Okay, so this is one tool, one technique. But there is a wonderful domain which is an intersection of AI and machine learning, which is called as security of AI. So if there is a AI model available, can you pen test it? So which is called as pen testing AI model. So where you hack the AI models. So which could be done either by knowing the AI model or by simply sending queries to the AI model and finding out the weaknesses. Okay, to start with, to begin, if you are practicing security, I think you should have some fundamental course on networks. You should start with computer networks, IPs, and all those things. Okay. Second, you should do a quick course, let's say a 2-3 day course on Linux internals, Linux commands, right? Then you should learn how to actually look at traffic, understand network traffic through Wireshark, T-Shark. I think I learned it in 1 week time. It's very easy. Okay. And then decide what you want to do, whether you want to become a malware analyst. Malware analyst also has to understand network traffic. Pen tester also has to understand networks and all these things. So these are the different job market, but at a higher level, what is needed is, can we do a risk assessment? Given a company, they give you an IP address, can you identify the risk of the company? So there is lot and lot of jobs in CTI, and I request you to please look at some government websites, especially CDAC. CDAC was offering a 6 months free uh, intensive security training online. It's now over 1 week, 1 month before. So you can look at people doing security, and try to look at LinkedIn. There are many people who are generous. They share many security tutorials. Okay, but don't go to some I'm not after anybody. Okay, somebody is showing, okay, we will give you a CEH certificate, you take a EC Council CEH certificate. I'm not against EC Council, or I'm not against CEH, but those are very fundamental course uh, that doesn't prepare your skill. You cannot do anything with CEH. I am also CEH certified. In 2013 I got somewhere around 98 percentile, but if you ask me with that, can I do something? No. I then it's a learning process. But malware analysis is a wonderful domain. So in Kerala at present, Cochin University, Triple IT Kottayam, and one person from NIT Calicut, Professor Hiran, and in Triple IT Kottayam, I think Panchami and their group, they are doing in malware, and one person from CDAC. So malware analysis is a wonderful domain, but it is bit difficult. It's not easy. So you should be a very good programmer also. Otherwise, we will do basic level of forensics. Okay. I hope I answered your query, or if you want, I can still give you some insights. Fine. So you can use some good tutorials, not the ones that we purchase for 500 rupees from so-called website that I don't want to name, but basically take something from Coursera. If we can't purchase, we audit the course. Okay. There are wonderful tutorials. All my learning was from there. I also hear a lot of Udemy. I don't know if I open my Udemy account, there are lot of Udemy courses and certificates that I've got. But relatively, the content richness is best in Coursera. Clear? Any more questions? It's an opportunity. I don't know whether we meet in near future. So if you have any questions, you can still do it, or maybe if you are shy to ask question, you can note down my email, which is vinod.p@qsat.ac.in. You can drop me an email, or you can search me in LinkedIn. So my email is vinod.p@cusat.ac.in. Okay. So thanks again. I maybe.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our love and appreciation, and for taking the time to share his expertise with us, we would now like to present a certificate of appreciation to Vinod, sir. I invite our dearest HOD, Priyanka ma'am, to present the certificate to Dr. Vinod P.